everybody got their stuff together.
Almost.
Y'all get your pre-rolls out the way.
That is something I'm about to do.
Oh, you guys. Good luck.
I've just accepted the
God.
fact I'm gonna roll shittily.
Oh no.
Why are you saying good luck?
I rolled a nat 20 on my pre-roll.
Yeah, I have not rolled. It took me 5 rolls before I landed anything above a 10.
That's right, buddy. Just get them out the way now.
Nope, I've just accepted the fact I'm gonna roll ones and twos. I don't even know
I wish I could fucking breathe.
Yeah, I'm dying. I think I might be cold.
Oh no.
Okay.
Don't die, that'd be sad.
Pidge is doing
Too late.
things. Okay.
Oh. So you're a skeleton? Okay.
I am
So,
alive purely by the grace of necromancy.
don't worry about it.
It's magic. You know.
Okay, so you know what I'm gonna ask for? It's time for everybody's favorite, not so favorite recap. And there's a lot less of you than last time, so y'all are gonna have to work together on it.
Oh god. I remembered literally nothing.
This is why we take notes.
I don't have my notes with me currently.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Yup.
Here, I can try through my cold-induced delirium. So, previously, our wretched band of tomfoolers, got absolutely wasted and made choices that, most of us regret.
Oh, I remember now.
Including, apparently, Solon, who we were unable to find when we woke up from our strange drug-induced bender. And when we went looking for him, we discovered him in the middle of a crowd of people who were all flipping the fuck out because he was apparently at the scene of a crime where somebody stole an incredibly important artifact. And the party, not knowing what happened, wanted to try and figure out what happened. And we managed to convince the bears to allow us to not go to jail, so that we could try and clear our names. But Solon is in jail because he is currently the prime suspect for the thievery. So we managed to piece together a bunch of locations that we'd been to during our bender and went specifically to 2 major locations. Smokies and Cokies. Smokies was a bar and grill, and Cokies was a quote-unquote
Literal
pharmaceutical
crack house.
location. And it was also apparently a place with a giant arena underneath it. For those who know.
You fought a giant Russian bear. That was great.
Also, Pidge went to the Berenstain bookstore and managed to obtain some interesting bits of historical information, as well as a book on whales.
Where did he get a book on?
Meanwhile, the rest of the party split off to go to these other 2 locations. At Cokies, we learned that we had gone there for a brief stint, most likely to obtain some very legal materials, and possibly partake in the fight pit, or whatever it was used for before it was scheduled to be a fight pit. We also noticed a unusual crate of alcohol there, which leads us to Smokies, where Pridwin and Katya volunteered themselves to be bartenders, and the rest of the party volunteered to be servers. And while we were working at the bar, we managed to discover some information. One, the bartenders who served us the night before had mysteriously not come into work that day. Two, there was one crate containing the same mysterious tampered with alcohol that we saw at Koki's. And it had only one cup left, or glass?
One bottle.
Bottle,
It's a bottle.
yes. One unopened bottle left, which Pridwin took for further investigation. And as the night died down, everybody in the bar started moving out towards a balcony to watch some sort of special event that occurred, where all of the plants in the tree began to bloom and produce this strange glowing dust, which was the same strange glowing dust that was found on Solon during the crime scene incident. And we watched that event unfold and had a conversation with some people who recognized us from the previous night. And then Pridwin went to go and look for Katya, because once again, she just kind of disappeared. And he found her in the restrooms having a mental breakdown. And when he tried to get her attention, she threw him through a toilet. But calmed down afterwards, and him and her had a conversation. And where we last left off, he was dressing her wounds because she had carved into her back a strange ritual circle. And I believe that is where we left off.
Additional information, Pidge found video evidence that suggests Solon might actually have been the culprit.
Oh, right, yeah. That was another important thing. Pidge managed to decode recorded footage from their drone, which pretty much proved the innocence of every single person except for Solon, who throughout all of the recordings was saying incredibly suspicious shit, which very heavily implicated his participation in the heist, which he was accused of. And the party began to question the possibility that this may have been an act of the Auk, and Solon may have willingly chosen to assist in some way.
Okay. Anything else anybody wants to add?
Pridwin, Soma, and them had an orgy, and I just find that hilarious.
Supposedly.
We do not talk about. There is no video evidence of that.
There is absolutely no.
Pridwin has not seen any video evidence of that. and he would like to continue to believe that it never happened.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
So yeah, we're going to begin. I need all of you to make a roll to see who is going to go first.
7. Oh, wait, put that in group rolls.
Yeah, I'll make a new line. Hold on.
16?
There you go. Yeet it into the group rolls.
Oh. What?
Okay. Pitch. What?
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh, please.
Okay. Alright, so. After working your shift, you all are tired. It's been a night. It's about somewhere between 4 a.m. when you guys finally close and get everybody out of the bar, which is a fiasco because these people, it's a festival and they just want to keep the party going. Which sucks for you guys because all of you can't leave until they do. So after much arm twisting and conversation and convincing and maybe a little bit of ass kicking, you finally manage to clear the bar. And you make your way back to the bed and breakfast. Which, does anybody remember the name of the bed and breakfast? Just out of curiosity.
All I know is there was pandas.
It was the God, my brain fog is really bad. I literally came up with the name. God.
I feel like it was typed somewhere.
Yeah, it was the Celestial.
There you go. So you guys make your way back and collapse into the couches and chairs kind of in the living area of this bed and breakfast. You notice that neither of the pandas is around. In fact, it seems like they have pointedly made it easy for you to get in and out without disturbing them because they don't want to be involved in whatever shenanigans you get up to after last night. So,
Honestly, fair enough.
you all have gathered and you kind of just sit there and kick your feet up and take in a breath. Bridwin, you're the first one to finally come out of the haze, and you kind of look up from the couch. Lunal is asleep on your shoulder, and you are holding a pouch in your hands.
Oh.
Yes.
Where did the pouch come from?
It has Smokey's logo on the outside of it.
Oh, okay. Pridwin's gonna open it.
You open the pouch a little. You have to be careful because it's very heavy, and inside is coin.
Oh.
A bunch of coin, but you don't recognize these coins. It doesn't look like any currency you've ever seen before.
Did we
It's a
accidentally
local
rob?
currency.
Did we actually rob Smokies?
Nah, that was probably our wages. How much coin is there?
You
Why?
start shifting it. Are you gonna like count it or just shift it around?
He's probably gonna actually like sit down and count it.
You start on the coffee table. You start kind of counting things out, and as you're going, you get to about 700, 800, almost 800 coin in your
God damn.
pouch. And all of the coins have a dragon on them. And there is a V in the center, kind of that goes the arch goes over the dragon design.
Great. Oh. Kira's is having some technical difficulties.
Are we good now? There we fucking go.
I'm glad we haven't encountered anywhere that
Jesus! I don't know what happened there, I apologize.
You're back!
Where were we?
Pridwin
Coin?
was counting money.
Yes. So your final count is 789 of these strange dragon coins.
789. And, did anyone else receive pouches, or was it just Pridwood?
You don't know. You haven't looked. You just looked out and saw the pouch and started counting.
Okay.
You look up, thinking that to yourself, and you see most of your party is somewhere in this room. They hadn't even... I mean, after the walk back from Smokies, you guys kind of just fell onto the couches. You didn't even bother trying to go up the stairs yet, so everybody's in this living room somewhere. You see Liam and Minerva are passed out on one of the couches near one of the front windows. Soma and Sadie are on the... Your guys' are on like a U-shaped couch kind of surrounding this coffee table. They're on one side. You and Lunala and Katya are also on this couch. Brian and Amani, Brian's on the floor, leaned back against Amani's legs. Amani's kind of like sitting in the chair, half awake. The twins are at the bar, asleep on the bar in the like dining area. Everybody's there. They're just kind of spread out everywhere.
Yeah, so I think Pridwin's gonna be just focusing on Coin. Also, for the record, did he receive the address that, of
Yes.
the bartenders?
He wrote it down on a piece of paper. It was shoved into the coin pouch.
Awesome.
Brian, you hear the clinking of coin, and it kind of gives you a flashback to having to move a lot of metal equipment on the ship. And it wakes you up, because for some reason you feel like you've fallen asleep on one of your shifts, but as you shoot up, you kind of bang your knees into the coffee table that Pridwin is counting on and disrupt a few of his stacks.
Oh, son of a... who put a table here and why?
Please be careful, I'm trying to count coins.
And I'm trying to not break my knees on the table.
To be fair, the table was always there.
To be fair, I don't remember it being there. I also don't remember this couch.
It was a rather long night.
What time is it?
Is there a clock?
You look around. You see there is a clock on the wall nearby that shows it is almost 5 a.m.
Holy shit, it's almost 5.
Oh dear, I don't think that I've slept at all.
I don't think any of us have.
Well, once I get all of this put away, we should probably bring everyone upstairs.
Brian looks around the room. I don't know about you, but if you were gonna help me drag the twins up there, they're just gonna stay there.
I mean, we could try waking them up, but if they don't, I suppose that I can help you pick them up.
I mean, if we have to drag them up, hopefully no one walks in and is just like, did they just or something?
Honestly, I don't think our reputation within this building can get any lower.
I don't know. Murder is pretty low. So how much coin you got there?
About 780 coins. I don't know how the economy in this country works, though.
I don't know either, but usually in places, 700, that much coin is a lot. Or a decent amount, not a lot, but...
You think back to the night that you've just had. You were taking funds for drinks. And you would know that people were paying 2 to 5 coins for a drink or two, depending on what they got.
Well, people were tipping about 1 to 2 coins most of the time, so I think that would be roughly around the same as a US dollar.
And holy shit. Should work there more often.
Indeed. I certainly wasn't expecting to make that much from just filling someone else's job.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't expecting that either, but I mean, we also have to split it among all of us, don't we? Or
Were you not paid?
I'm gonna search my person.
You look over yourself. You do not see any pouches that look similar to the one on the table.
I have no money pouches.
I see. So then that would mean that this is our entire collective earnings.
Yeah, I won't tell them if you don't.
I would prefer to make sure that everyone gets their share. I'm just trying to remember who all actually worked. It was me and Katya at the bar, and then I think you were one of the servers.
I was indeed.
And then someone else also was on serving.
I better get my cut. You hear Liam murmur from his side of the couch.
Don't worry, you will. Pridwin immediately begins looking through the gold and he starts, like, splitting it up.
Are you evenly dividing?
He's trying to. So, evenly dividing, that would give everybody 196 coins, and then there's one left over. I think. Hang on.
Not horrible.
197.
Yeah, there's 197 point. It totals out to 197.25. So there's a coin in there that doesn't add up. So he's gonna give everyone 196, and then he's going to give Katya 197.
You go to give Katya coin, and she kind of mumbles and waves you off.
Do you not want payment for your work?
I made plenty in tips. She tries to go back to sleep.
Fair enough.
You hear this, and you start thinking. You remember something about tips. Because you were receiving them. But you don't remember where you put them.
Oh dear. Pridwin starts patting his armor.
You're patting your armor, and it kind of jiggles around a little, and you hear a tap, 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 tap on the shoulder of your armor.
He looks to his shoulder.
Bandit is peeking out of your wife's hood, where he usually sleeps, and he's kind of rubbing his eyes and looking at you drowsily.
Bandit, do you know where I put the rest of my coins?
He kind of tilts his head and looks at you, the new ring in his nose glimmering in the light coming through the window behind you. And he disappears down into the hood. There's a sound of some shuffling. Little hand, like, holds out another pouch. This one is smaller.
Ah, thank you.
It clanks as he drops it into your hand.
So if Katya does not want her wages, that would total our new total out to 263 for each of us, even. And Pridwin will hand the coins out to everybody.
So you can add that to your sheet, that you have 263, and you have voted to call them claws. You've heard people say that during your shift last night.
And then Pridwin's also going to look into his tips pouch to see how much he got from that.
Roll me a d20.
D20, okay. And that is 19?
There are 320 coins in that pouch.
God damn.
Apparently you were tipped very well.
Yeah.
So you can add that to your total.
Well, it appears that I did a pretty decent job last night.
Apparently, I didn't do a decent enough job if I'm missing money.
I mean, surely you should have your tips. If you...
You would think. Wait, where's my possum? Hold up.
Your possum is currently asleep in one of the pockets of your jacket.
I'm going to gently pick up the possum and see if it's under him.
You pick up the possum. You do not see anything under the possum.
Please tell me that the possum jingles when he picks it up.
I don't know, are you gonna shake it?
No, he's sleeping. That's rude. I'm gonna slightly shimmy him.
You kind of tilt him to one side and you hear a soft sound, kind of little tinkling metallic sound.
Oh, son of a...
Did the possum eat your wages?
Yeah, it looks like it.
You tilt the possum the other direction. There's a slight tinkling sound.
Well, I suppose you're just going to have to wait a little while before you can, recover your money.
It's a good way to not spend money, though.
True.
I pat the possum and put him back in.
You put him back in your pocket.
I wonder where my coin pouch went. Suspiciously coin pouch shaped possum.
So, you guys are chilling. Pidge is asleep on the floor. And finally, she begins to rouse herself a little bit. Not without much difficulty and a very big headache.
Oh, Pidge, you're finally awake.
I hate it here.
What did I miss?
Well,
She sees Pridwin and then sort of avoids eye contact.
You're being avoided eye contact with.
Are you feeling alright?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in terms of what you missed, we got back home. Me and the other three got paid in whatever the local currency is.
Oh, that's what those were. I've been feeding them to Ein.
You've been.
Ein coughs up bent up pieces of coin.
Yeah, he's like dead asleep on the ground. He like burps mid-sleep and then coughs, and a few bent claws come tumbling out of his mouth. He goes back to sleep.
I.
I'm sorry, did you just say claws came tumbling out of something?
The coins, yeah.
No, I know you meant the coins. I was just dealing with prisoners.
Don't tell Liam about that.
Don't tell me about what, he says, looking up at you.
No.
Nothing.
Just go back to sleep.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, he says.
Don't worry about it.
He kind of like is eyeing all of you, like looking between each one of you, and then he slowly like leans back on the couch and tries to get comfortable beside Minerva, and he just gets settled when there is a loud bang coming from the front door of the bed and breakfast.
Oh, it's always something, isn't it? I look over at the entrance.
Pridwin's going to look over at the front door.
In walks Axel, looking irritated. He shuts the door behind him.
Oh,
You know,
What the fuck? We were supposed to meet up. Or did you forget that too?
Well, we were kind of working until I look up at the clock like 20 minutes ago.
we were, quite busy.
Huh? He says.
Just don't question it. Just accept the fact we were very, very busy.
Let me get this straight. So your buddy, homeboy, the guy that I'm trying to kill right now, is locked away in a jail cell somewhere, and you were working?
It was the only way to acquire some information that we needed.
Whatever gets the job done, right? Wink.
Whatever. Well, I did my job. I found out where they're at.
Where who's that?
Are you fucking kidding me? You don't even
Do I look
remember the
like a-
conversation.
Nope. I'm a little lacking in the memory department, if you haven't noticed.
I hate all of you. He
Well,
sighs,
that's
rubbing at the bridge of
shame.
his nose.
Don't worry, the feeling is quite mutual.
Great. Glad we've got that covered. The asshole with the pink hair asked me to see if I could find a couple of dudes who were supposed to show up at a place and didn't tonight.
Oh, the other workers. Gotcha.
Ah, yes, that was, what we were doing as well.
He told me to make myself useful.
So what'd you find out?
Find out. I found them.
Well, we also found them. Or at least their, place of address. Are they still there?
Nah, they're down the road at this diner. And nursing a hell of a hangover, it looks like.
I see.
Worse. It could be dead.
True. I suppose we should probably try and go over there and get to them before they leave.
Yeah? Well, you might want to hurry. They were acting a little bit paranoid.
Paranoid.
Great.
Yeah, you know, the whole looking over the shoulder, jumping when the door opens and closes type of thing.
Gonna deal with some paranoid pandas or something.
Well, they might. If they were responsible for what happened to us, then I wouldn't be surprised. And so I suppose we should go and confront them while we have the chance.
Some preposterous polar bears.
Be my guest. I did my job. I'm going to bed. He starts walking toward the stairs.
Good night.
She just waves over her shoulder.
Wonderful. I suppose we should probably get everybody woken up.
Probably. How can I do
As
this in the most obnoxious way humanly possible?
I mean, do we really need all of them with us to go interrogate somebody? Liam says under his breath. Look at them,
I mean,
they're
no,
exhausted.
I'm assuming we can interrogate just fine without everyone.
no, we don't need everybody, but we should definitely at least take our partners and maybe have someone awake to at least keep an eye on things over here.
Liam sighs. Right. Well, I'll get mine done, he says, and then grabs Minerva by the wrist and by her leg and just hoists her over his shoulders in a fireman's carry. She starts grumbling as he starts walking toward the door.
Well, I Pokemon-y. Wake up. Hey, wake up. We're going to interrogate people.
When you say interrogate, her eyes flash open, and you see a look of anxiety cross her face.
I'm not interrogating you. Calm down. It's okay.
She, realizing where she is and that you're telling her to calm down, she sort of relaxes, but there's something just off about her for a moment.
Okay, maybe interrogate was a little bit of a strong word, but we're gonna go talk to the other waiters that were at the bar that we got the address for. So yeah, we're you, me, Douglas, and Liam are all gonna go talk to him.
Ferdwin?
Yes,
Did I say
we're just
Douglas?
You did. That's why I was saying Perdwin. I was like, you mean Perdwin?
It's close enough. Brain no work. Good.
we're just going to have a hopefully friendly chat with them.
And if it becomes slightly less friendly, we'll just free their ass. Always wanted to try fried bear.
I think that would break some sort of ethical laws.
Well, you never know until you try.
I would prefer it if we didn't.
Well, I said me, not you.
Imani gets up out of the chair, gets ready to go. Lunala, with all of this conversation, has awoken. Bandit clinking around in her hoodie did not, help the situation. She looks up at you, kind of confused, but picking things together as you guys converse.
I'm sorry to have to wake you, but we have a lead on where the waiters are.
Yeah. Pidge, are you going to the diner?
Yes.
Pidge is also going to the diner. You grab Ein and get up and walk toward the door. Katya kind of looks at the rest of the group in various places around the bed and breakfast and then looks up at you. Don't tell me I'm gonna get stuck here with these bozos.
Well, I mean, it kind of looks like it.
If you wish to accompany us, you're welcome to. Although I doubt this is going to be a very exciting errand.
Well, you did say interrogate, and I'm clearly the best one at doing that.
We are going to be in a public space, so
Interrogate at your own will. Or I guess your discretion.
I would prefer if we not use any extreme methods, at least, please.
Fine. But you better
Unless-
bring me a snack back.
Katya says and kind of sits and crosses her arms and pouts a little bit.
If you want to come with us, it is a diner that we're going to, so...
No, somebody's gotta stay here and watch these idiots.
If you want to, I could stay. You could go.
She kind of looks you up and down and she says,
No offense, but I don't really know you.
Fair
And
enough.
I don't think you can handle Uncle Somi if he goes off the deep end.
Okay, you make a good point. Yeah, okay.
she settles herself back down in the chair. You guys going?
Yep.
So you guys walk toward the door. You open it and step outside to see Minerva chasing Liam around, looking like she is trying to beat him.
What in the hell did we miss?
Well, he did try to carry her, and she is not a fan of that.
Fair enough.
This is pretty normal.
Lunala says to you.
This is pretty funny looking. Where's the popcorn?
Liam kind of notices you guys and stops, and Minerva crashes into him and smacks him upside the head with her boot. He kind of grumbles and rubs at the back of his head. Took you long enough.
That was awesome.
Shall we? Minerva says, sliding her boot back on.
Yes, if you wish to come with us.
I didn't know I had a choice in the matter, she says, glaring at Liam. He just shrugs.
Well, you did. And then Liam kind of just yeet and walked off.
Yeah, he does that a lot. You guys
seems-
start walking in the direction that Axel has gestured. Is there anything you guys want to talk about before you get there? The diner isn't too terribly far. It's one tier down.
Do we still have that bottle of tampered alcohol? Ask
Yeah,
Lou.
Pridwin. Oh yeah, Pridwin will go. Oh yes, I do have it still, and he'll pull the bottle from his bag.
Just in case things do go sideways, shouldn't we put the breakable knot on us so none of us get stabbed with glass?
I do have it wrapped up.
True. Okay, well, as long as no one gets stabbed with a glass bottle.
I think that will be the least of our worries.
You never know.
Worse things than stabbings have occurred.
Oh, I don't doubt that. We have a party with a demon. So, I mean... And we're also being actively threatened by the King of Hell most times, so... Or a...
Well,
One of the Kings of Hell, Liam says.
Yeah, one of the Kings of Hell, so... Definitely worse things than stabbings have happened in the short time I've been with y'all.
very true.
I probably just jinxed him. We're gonna see him now, aren't we?
I don't think that he would arrive at a populated area, even in his current state. He'll likely come to bother us when we're out on the roads.
Gotcha.
So you guys make it down to the second tier, and it's really quiet out. All of the glowing particles and dust from the petals has all been almost blown off by the breeze. Most of the streets are fairly clear. The petals that have fallen aren't really glowing anymore. And you find that most of the places have closed down, finally, for the night to prepare for the next day of the festival. But there is one place that is lively enough for 5 in the morning. The lights are on, you can hear the clinking of plates and conversation from inside. There is a very good series of smells wafting from the open windows. The name, as you guys approach, scrawled across the large wooden sign above the door in neon letters, says Frederick Fuzbear's Diner.
I don't know what they're cooking in that place, but man, does it smell good.
This place looks wonderful. And it has a brilliant name, too.
I'm scared I'm gonna have to jump here.
Hopefully there's no weird robots. No.
I doubt this place even has a concept of what a robot is.
You never know.
I'll keep my eyes open just in case.
I better
Especially-
hide mine. People might not like mine here.
They fear what they do not understand.
So you guys are standing in front of this diner.
Y'all know the opening to Shrek where he kicks open the door and it's just Smash Mouth somebody wants. So can I do that to the diner door?
Oh no.
Or is that generally frowned upon?
Normally that's pretty frowned upon.
Damn it!
For-
Okay, well,
Pridwin will say, I think we should probably try not to cause too much of a scene here.
Pidge, roll me a d20. If you're alive. Okay. Here, let me type it to you. You guys can continue talking.
Oh boy.
okay, fine. No kicking open doors.
For now, the time will most likely come eventually.
Oh man, gonna not wait for that time.
Pridwin
Wait.
will calmly open the door without force.
I mean, to be fair, if that time does come, I'm probably gonna be in my weapon form, so it'll be a money kicking the door open. But man.
Oh.
Biscuits.
What the hell was that?
Biscuits. Alright, there. That is sent. So, what do you guys do?
Pridwin entered the building. Can he? What does he see?
You immediately are greeted with the black and white tile flooring.
Oh god.
There is a long bar section with lots of chairs on it. There's a lot of like almost party-esque decorations. It gives you the sense that you've stepped into one of those old-timey diners, but the colors are too childish for you. There are large, it looks like stuffed outlines of various creatures. Not
Wow.
like that they were killed and stuffed like taxidermy, but like they're figures that have been made. And it
This
appears
place-
that they might have been like made to look childish and goofy, but to you guys, to humans, they just look really unsettling.
This is off-putting and garish.
There's a lot of people kind of flitting about. There are waitresses and waiters who are bussing some tables. A lot of the tables are empty. Most of the people are sitting at the bar, where there are a lot of waitresses and cooks kind of mingling, chit-chatting, you know, the usual morning crowd. It's like you walked into a Waffle House. Everybody seems to know each other. All the bears are, you know, conversating. Would you like to roll a perception check?
Yes. Specifically, he's trying to see if he can
Okay.
notice the particularly hungover bears or
I think
anyone who seems really suspicious.
You're back. Roll.
15?
Okay, so you start looking around, and you've kind of gotten over the surprising insides of this place, and you notice, like I said, a lot of the patrons here are at the bar, eating breakfast and chit-chatting with, you know, the people who are working here, the staff. In the back corner, there's kind of several different rooms in this building. And in one room that, you know how sometimes places have like party rooms reserved or whatever? There's kind of like
Yeah.
a back booth over there, and there are a few people seated variously throughout this place, not at the bar. Kind of, some of them are sitting reading the paper, you know, just minding their own business. But in the very back corner, the corner that has the closest view to the front door, you see several figures hunched over, and it's their movements that really alert them to you. One of them is a very large black bear, and their head is almost on a swivel, jerking back and forth at the slightest sounds. They appear to be shaking. At one point, the bear tries to pick up a glass of water, and it sloshes all around the rim. They don't even seem to notice that it has gotten all over their paw. The other figure has their head down on the table with a paw kind of over the back of their head, and their other paw is holding a glass to their forehead, or the top of their head, kind of. The part that's not against the table.
Pridwin will nudge somebody or nudge Brian and say, I believe we've found our individuals.
I'll whisper back, I believe you might be right.
Perhaps we should approach with caution.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I don't really want to get punched in the face by a paranoid bear.
Especially one
You know
that
it's seat
large.
yourself, right?
You hear a voice from behind the bar.
Yeah, we know. We're just chatting for a second, just to trying to decide where to sit.
Y'all are kind of blocking the doorway, so would you mind making up your minds?
My
Sorry.
apologies. We'll be out of the way. And Pridwin will start casually walking over towards where the bears are.
You're walking into the back room.
Into the back rooms.
He will ask, he will actually ask, like, the lady at the front, would those seats be open? And he points over to the back room.
Y'all can sit wherever you like. I'll send someone out there wherever you be.
Wonderful, thank you very much. And he will now start heading towards the back room.
You start walking towards the back room, and almost immediately the black bear's eyes lock onto your figure.
Pridwin, I think he's noticed us.
Oh yes, I'm sure he has. Pridwin's going to continue as if unfazed. He's trying not to come across as like threatening or suspicious in any way.
Because the bear cannot see your eyes through the helmet, he cannot tell that you're not looking at him. And so immediately, the second you guys like get into that back area, the black bear stands up and immediately starts walking toward a hallway which appears to go to some restrooms.
Back again.
So I'm assuming that there's only like one way in, one way out of that room, so he would have to pass me to do that.
Yes.
So Pridwin will sort of like look over, and he'll say, excuse me, I believe that some individuals that I met the other day were over here. They were running the bars, about 2 nights ago now?
What? Sorry, you've got the wrong person. I've got to go. He shoulders past you and keeps walking. You can see his paws are shaking in front of him.
He's going to... Can he try to make a charisma check to just try and, like, reassuringly say, trust me, I'm not... You seem out of sorts. Believe me, I'm not anyone who wishes you any harm.
I don't know you, man. I don't know anything, okay? So if you just get out of my way, I have to be somewhere else.
He puts his hands up and he says, very well. I'll get out of your way.
You see him take a step, and his eyes flicker toward the open window, and he stops.
Pridwin's gonna look over too, trying not to be super obvious about it.
You do not see anything. The bear, however, takes a step back and then turns without saying anything and walks back to the table he was sitting at, sits down, and tries to look casual while failing terribly at it.
Can I try to persuade them if they can stay?
I mean, you just witnessed all of this, so you can do whatever you want to do.
I was muted and had the computer deaf and stuff. So, I'm gonna sit here and twiddle my thumbs. That's what I'm gonna do.
I mean, you can try and talk to them if you want to.
Okay, so how's your night then?
Are you approaching and saying this to the black bear?
Yes, I'm just gonna make small talk with Black Bear.
He is not making eye contact with you. He is trying to pick up a piece of what looks to be some kind of pancake with his fork, and every time he tries to pick it up, he can't get it with his utensil. But he keeps just trying over and over, his eyes staring almost through you, Pridwin, towards the front of the store.
I'm gonna try and see what he's staring at through the front door. I understand you said Pridwin, but...
Yeah, you follow the bear's gaze, and you see Pridwin. From all you can tell, it looks like he's staring at Pridwin.
What, are you staring at the guy in shiny armor? What, do you know him or something?
No, I don't. Don't you have somewhere else to be right now?
It's 5 in the morning. I have nowhere to be. If anything, I should be sleeping. But meh, I'd rather be here trying to make new friends, you know?
We're, well, you see, we just got out of a very bad, bender. Had one hell of a hangover afterwards.
His eyes flicker towards you.
You didn't say that.
Why don't you sit down?
Pridwin will politely take a seat.
I'm born in
You
1913.
sit, and immediately the other bear, she's kind of a grayish coat. She sits up more straight and she goes, where am I? She immediately picks the glass up and holds it to her forehead.
So, were you two bartending 2 nights ago?
They kind of glance at each other. The female starting to get her bearings and realizing what's going on, kind of remembering where she is. And she gets a little more stoic. I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Oh, well, really, you don't, because we heard from the owner that you were. So, what's up with that?
that's crazy. That old bear, he doesn't know us. He doesn't know.
Really, because he gave us your exact description and address
Let
and
us
everything.
calm down here.
Keep it down,
please.
the female says to you under her breath.
Yes, let us remain calm, please. I can promise you that we're only here to help, and Pridwin will offer them some water.
Some
Healing water.
folk.
Because his healing water can cure hangovers.
That's fair. They, however, do not know much about humans, much less they just watched water come pouring out of your gauntlet, and it kind of freaked both of them out even more.
Trust me, it looks weird, but that is the most magical water you will ever fucking taste, and it is bullshit.
The last time
It is
I drank
amazing.
a magical liquid, we ended up here, so no thank you.
I mean, that crap will cure hangovers like no one's business. Like, you should see it. It's impressive.
If you don't trust me, I can have him drink one of them.
Oh, I will gladly drink one.
As you guys are having this conversation, you notice Pidge has finally joined the rest of you. She hasn't been with you.
Where have you been?
Also,
say
Liam
quietly.
and Minerva are sitting at a booth, not with you guys, but kind of nearby. Liam's head is on a swivel. His eyes are keeping an eye on the diner. He seems a little on edge.
Where were you? I say quietly to Pidge. Where were you?
Keep an eye out. Watch all entrances. Someone's watching the diner.
Someone's.
Fine.
The second she says this, the glass in the black bear's paw shatters as his hand twitches and he breaks it.
Look,
Everything good there?
we need to remain calm and act as if we are unaware that there is anything off. I believe that all of us are in the same situation. And in order to figure out what's going on, we need your assistance.
They look at each other once more. The male wiping glass from his paw and starting to try and pick the pieces of glass out of the rough pad. He starts whispering, I'm not gonna take the fall for this. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna be the scapegoat. I'm not gonna be the one that goes down for this. And the female says, cool your head, okay? Nobody knows what's going on. He says, clearly that's not the fucking case. Look, You guys seem nice, okay? It wasn't anything personal, I promise.
We have no qualms with you. We just want to know what happened.
Can I roll Can I roll an insight to see if they're actually genuinely like what their
I've already
motives are?
glanced at the guy watching us a few times already.
Yeah.
No, he has.
Hold on, so you want to roll what?
I want to roll insight just to kind of get there. Like, I want to understand why. Like, I've got a good idea why they're nervous and everything, but I want to be able to just be sure that they're like. Are they lying to us when they say that it wasn't personal? Is there any sort of malice to anything that they're saying or the way that they're interacting with us?
Roll.
I'd say it was personal with the lady, if anything.
18.
This bear is terrified. Is having a mental breakdown right now, and everything he just said to you seems entirely true. The female seems a little more standoffish and guarded, not wanting to trust you guys, but the black bear is losing it. And seems at the point where he's willing to do anything and everything to get out of the situation he is in right now.
Look, I'm sure that none of you had the intention of giving us any faulty drinks the other night. But it happened, and we want to know why.
You wanna know? You wanna know? We wanna know, man.
Please,
You
just
don't even know?
Would you think we would be sitting here if we did? If we were in on it?
I have no doubt that you were hapless in. Look, we just want to know what happened to you. If you know anything that we don't.
Look. He looks over at the gray bear. We're dead anyway, man. We might as well. Don't, she says. He turns to you, ignoring her. Look, you guys had a really shitty night, couldn't remember things, woke up feeling like shit. Couldn't remember things again. Got whole chunks of your memory missing, right?
Yeah, that covers it.
That would be an accurate description of our night, yes?
He nods. Then that makes more of us.
So I take it that you drank and forgot everything as well.
Look, they said to make sure that the weird humans got the stuff out of the special box. That was all they told us.
Can you give us a description of this person?
He looks like he wants to say something, but at the same time, he can't bring himself to say it.
Hey, you said you're dead anyways. We promise we'll protect you if anything.
You
From whatever we think
protect
is...
us? You think you have any type of standing here? You can't
You would be
protect us.
surprised.
Sir, I have killed a witch before.
I have killed many a sea monster.
That's nice.
I blow shit up.
He does that very well. Very, very well.
I can assure you we can handle ourselves in a fight, but I assume that you believe that we would not have the ability to even fight back. Should something occur. Is that correct?
Bangs his head on the table, digging his claws in behind his ears in frustration. Oh, you don't understand.
and help us understand.
It's a fucking conspiracy, man.
That's... I'm well aware that there's a conspiracy occurring. Now, look. We've managed to convince the authorities of our innocence in the incident that I'm assuming we were supposed to take the fall for. However, we require more information in order to actually expose those responsible for this conspiracy. I cannot guarantee your safety, but what I can do is guarantee you that the people who are responsible for this will indeed pay for what they've done to us. Now, please, tell me who, either by name or by appearance, who put you up to this?
The bear trembles. The gray one's staring at him with warning. And then he opens his mouth, and there is the heavy sound of footsteps and the clinking of metal against metal suddenly. And you look up and you see the front door has opened to the establishment.
Okay.
And
But you bet they're
there
not
are
friendly.
a whole lot of guards in the same armor that you dealt with before. In fact, you actually see the same bear. The one that seemed to be in charge. Lieutenant Berrigan comes walking towards you.
Am I gonna have teleportation?
Lieutenant Berrigan, is everything all right?
Can I whisper to Amani? Be ready to run.
Way ahead of you, she says. Berrigan moves past you. Don't worry, I'm not here for you. Yet. Ignoring you, he turns to the black bear and points a heavy claw towards him. Where is she? The black bear is shaking even more violently. He clams up immediately and doesn't say anything, his jaws locking.
Sir.
I am on official business, and you will not intervene.
Sir, it is imperative that we get information from him. I don't know
Well, you
what
can talk to them behind bars, because right now, my mission trumps yours. Now, where is Ilinthi, you piece of shit? He gets in real close to the black bear's face, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. Kidnapping is a very serious offense. You know that, right? The black bear is just shaking at this point, his eyes wide. He looks confused and really scared.
Bridwin, I wasn't expecting this.
Sir?
Don't think
I'm
we're gonna
not-
be able to reason with him.
I am not trying to get in the way of your investigation, sir, but believe me when I say that the situations between me and him are very similar. Neither of us remember the night of the incident.
The
But
incident, huh? He turns to look at you. Are you saying you're involved in this mess? Because I'll happily take you to the cell with him.
This mess, no. I don't even know who this individual you're speaking of is. However, the night where that artifact was stolen, he was working at the bar, and we drank some sort of tainted alcohol which caused us to lose our memories. Apparently, so did he.
Oh, conveniently giving you no recollection of the night before and no decent alibi. I'm
Do you
starting to think that letting you run around freely was a bad decision.
I suggest you bite your tongue because I have very compelling evidence.
You saying that has just made him furious.
The Pridwin doesn't give a shit. He's getting very annoyed right now. Now, do you want me to give you this evidence, or do you want to just drag an innocent man off to jail for no reason, and then perhaps ruin your entire career once he is cleared?
You're entirely sure he's not responsible for the kidnapping that I have on good authority he has committed?
Might I ask what this authority is?
He squints at you.
Because I'm afraid at the moment I am completely unfamiliar with anything that's happening right now, and I do not know who you're getting this information from. Look, if he is responsible for something that I'm unaware of, then by all means. But right now there is an overlap between him being drugged and my party being drugged. And considering that these two things are connected to the event that caused that artifact to be stolen, he carries very important information in being able to recover that item. And if he was placed in a setup which would cause... If he was already the victim of a conspiracy, what are the odds that he committed a crime on top of that?
Berrigan sighs and rubs at the bridge of his muzzle, letting go of the black bear and straightening, crossing his arms. You think he's got information? He looks back at the black bear. And then start talking.
Please.
You could show us 10
The black bear looks from you to Berrigan, to the gray bear, looks back to you. His mouth opens and then it closes again. What was the question?
The other night, when these individuals told you to give us this special alcohol from the back, who were these individuals? Did you know them by name? Do you have any memory of their appearance? Anything that we can go off of?
His eyes flicker towards Berrigan, who is just leering over him. He kind of shrivels down into his seat a bit. They were... They had long hair and funny ears and skin kind of like yours. He's not making eye contact with you anymore.
Funny ears. Could you describe how they appeared?
His eyes flicker toward the gray bear. She sighs and crosses her arms. We tell you, you leave us alone,
I will not bother you ever again.
Her
If you
eyes
ever-
flicker toward Berrigan and he meets her gaze. She looks back at you and straightens. The members of House Laskin. They were the ones who told us.
Individuals from House Laskin. And one more question. They asked you to give us that alcohol, and then somehow you wound up consuming it as well. How did that happen?
The black bear swallows hard. Well, she wanted to make sure it wouldn't kill you. So she drank some. And then she started having a really good time, so I drank some.
I see. Very well. So these individuals from House Laskin, did they appear to you out of random, or were they individuals who knew you, had any sort of connection to you beforehand?
They glance at each other, then towards Berrigan again. Never seen him before in my life, the female says.
Can I insight that?
Go ahead.
Whoop. 16?
You're not sure. Something feels a little bit off to you in that answer, but you can't tell what exactly it is that's off about the statement.
And I inside it.
Go ahead.
Ah, fucking 9. Never mind.
Can Pridwin make an intimidation check?
Persuasion check might be more persuasive.
I mean, he's being... So what he's going to say, and I'll let you decide whether this is supposed to be an intimidation or persuasion. It's probably going to be charisma regardless, but he's going to lean forward and fold his hands and say, if you value your freedom, I need you to be completely transparent with me.
I don't see
Do
that.
we want to offer you
Right,
to show us
no,
10 from 3 of
Her eyes move back to you. I've never seen them before.
Did that seem genuine?
Yes.
Do you have any idea? Did they come to you, or did you meet them somewhere?
They, uh, they showed up at the bar the night kind of was just starting and we hadn't really opened yet, and they showed up with a crate. They said there were gonna be some humans passing through, and to make sure that they got the stuff in the special crate and nobody else did.
I see.
Well, that's not suspicious at all.
Um, Do you have any idea where they went afterwards? Did they give any indication as to where they might be going, or did they simply part silently after that?
I don't know, the black bear says. I mean, they gave us the crate, they left, and then next thing we know, we're waking up in our house messed up.
I see. Very well. This is all the information I needed from you. Thank you very much. I promise you, I will get to the bottom of this.
So you really think they were drugged? Berrigan says to you.
I have proof that they were. That we were, at least.
Hey, yeah, maybe you should drink some of this and find out what happens.
I would prefer not to drug the captain of the guard, personally. But I would be willing to provide you with a sample if it needs to be tested.
How are they going to test them here if they don't have robots? They have magic, not technology.
Look, I'll take it on your good word that they're not involved if you really say they were drugged. For now. But if I find out you're the reason Islinti's gone, I'm coming back in here. And you better believe I'm dragging your ass back to a cell.
I can assure you that I do not recognize that name in any way. And if...
He was not saying that to you, he was saying that to the bears.
Oh, fair enough.
Can I ask the captain of the bears who that is?
Who, what is?
Who Ilinthi is? The kidnapped person?
He glances at you. It's not important. Not your concern. Shouldn't you be worried about trying to, I don't know, prove your friend's innocence or something? He says, starting to walk toward the door again.
Well, maybe finding that person and proving my friend. Maybe finding that person will prove our friend's innocent. Or will at least help.
Look, it's complicated. There is a loud noise from the front of the store.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Did they tell you where she is? Come on, Berrigan! There is an older, gray-furred bear standing at the front. He's got spectacles on and some brown clothing. His muzzle is almost whitish amidst the gray. He is kind of standing there, clutching his jacket around himself, watching desperately. Well? Berrigan sighs. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't have any answers for you right now. The bear at the front appears distraught on hearing this and immediately storms out of the building. Great. Now I've got to go deal with that, Berrigan says and starts walking for the front door.
Sorry.
As he and the guards walk out of the building, the black bear just slides, like almost melts into the seat and puts his head back.
I don't think I've ever seen someone more relieved than that. Not that I blame him.
See, I told you we weren't here to harm you.
Great. Would you mind leaving us alone, please?
Of course. We will not be a problem for you for the rest of your days. Please,
Great,
have a good
the
day.
female says.
Pridwin will
Yeah, bye.
get up and start walking towards the door.
You start walking towards the door. The rest of the group begins to follow you.
Not really much of an interrogation, eh?
It was close enough.
We're like CSI trying to figure out who done it.
Well, it is an investigation.
True. I did always want to know what it was like, what it would be like to be a detective.
Gonna have to get you the hat,
Imani says.
maybe like a little
If we
monocle
find
thing.
one, yes, and like a pipe too. They have to have one of those around here, right? Like the hat and the monocle.
This place is enormous. I'm sure you could find somebody that sells clothing somewhere.
But I don't know. I do like my pipe.
You guys step outside the building all together. It is about 6:30. The sun is beginning to rise.
I vote going back to the inn and sleeping.
Yes, I think that we should probably try to get ourselves rested before we continue our investigation. Additionally, you all seemed to believe we were being followed. Or
We
that this
weren't
place
being
was being
followed.
watched.
Place was being watched. You guys weren't paying attention?
I was more focused on trying to get answers out of our friends.
Well, he knew about the guy watching us. So
He did seem to have his eyes on something that was outside of the building. Did it seem like we were still being watched after the guard arrived?
1944.
I wasn't paying attention.
I am concerned that the well, I'm very concerned about all of this.
Excuse me, you hear from behind you.
Oh,
Yes.
yes?
I
Pridwin will-
told you they don't know anything! You hear Berrigan shouting down the street. You see, it is the Grey Bear from before, holding his cloak tight around him. He pushes his spectacles up his muzzle a bit. I'm sorry about this. You were seated with the bears in the back corner, right?
Yes,
They
we were.
They didn't say anything about Alinthi, did they?
I'm
We've
afraid.
never heard that name before. Guard with that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You haven't heard anybody talk about her at all?
Sorry, sir, but we can keep an eye out.
Can I roll a memory check just to be sure?
Go ahead.
Real quick. Natural 20.
Fuck yeah.
Well,
I'm trying to think.
yeah, I'm trying to,
If
because I genuinely.
So you have not heard that name, you the player.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did.
let's see.
I'm curious if maybe Pridwin would have at least overheard something at some point.
Let's see. So with a nat 20, you would remember on one of Pidge's videos, she was videotaping the tour you guys got in the room with Nachalo, where the branch was. You do remember hearing that name once. It was something in connection with the kid or the cub. sorry, the cub. You keep hearing the term the cub, like it as a title.
I'm afraid that the only thing I know is I remembered overhearing some mention of a cub.
He laughs. He throws his head back and laughs. You're joking, right?
I'm afraid we're not from here.
Yeah, well, could see that a mile away. Connie the Cub is the ruler of Medvedev. He's
Well, then.
the king of Legovo.
Oh,
And my daughter is his partner.
Well, how the did she get kidnapped then?
Great question.
That would have to be fucking difficult as shit.
well, that is incredibly concerning.
Yeah. I feel like we should ask ask the guard, main guard man, Sir Barrington, if any of his guards were off duty and might have been at that pub where we got drugged.
That would probably be a good idea.
You were
Sir, I
drugged.
can. Yes.
Yeah. It's a long explanation.
You've got to be joking me.
Unfortunately, no.
When
It
did
is
this happen?
two nights ago.
He makes a face. Are you sure?
Well, it was the night before last.
The night Nachalo was stolen.
Yes. As a matter of fact, that is why we've been investigating the reason of our drugging. One of our friends has been framed for the theft.
Oh, the human in the square.
Yep, that'd be him.
I remember that. Well,
Do you know anything about us getting drugged?
no.
It's worth asking.
I wouldn't know anything at all except that Eilinthi did not meet me like she was supposed to.
She was supposed to meet you. I'm assuming this is the same night that the theft occurred.
She is one of the keepers of Nachalo. See, the leadership only likes to let people they trust in to maintain the place. She was one of the few. She was supposed to be with Connie, though.
That
It wasn't
would make
her
sense.
job that night. We were supposed to meet in the morning. We tended to meet and get breakfast every week just to check in, but she didn't show.
Do you have a address for this, Connie?
He looks at you. The castle? He points up, higher up on the tiers of the tree.
Shit.
Well, that being aside, you said she wasn't supposed to be there that night. Then was she, or was she somewhere else?
I don't know. Do you think if I knew where she was, we'd be having this conversation?
That's a
Well,
good point.
I don't know if you knew where she was before her disappearance, or I guess the better question to ask is, when was the last time that you saw her?
The guards told me her room is empty, and it looks like it has been for a day or so. The last time anyone saw her was the night Nachalo was taken. She went in to be with Connie, and that was the last time any of the guards saw her.
I see. And her room, was there anything missing from it that shouldn't have been, or...
No, it was in perfect order. Or so they told me. I'm not exactly allowed in the castle.
I see. Well, considering that our two plights seem to be connected, I will be sure to let you know if we manage to discover anything.
If you find her, just make sure she gets home safe.
If we find her, we will be sure that she returns home.
He looks kind of devastated as he starts walking away from you, dragging his feet.
And if you can uncover any more additional information that could help us, then please let us know. We're staying at the Celestial Inn if you need to speak with us at all.
It's a good inn, he says. Still walking, he seems kind of in a daze now.
Oh dear.
Kind of tore the hope straight out of him, so
I'll be here,
he's, you know.
I'm
Yeah.
going to go search in the outside of the city real quick. I'm going to look for Artem's tree, if you don't mind.
You just saying that?
Yeah.
Do you... Oh.
He'll probably come.
Oh,
I just imagine Pitch scurries off, like into a dark alley and disappears.
Says that and he just fucks off.
does the Homer backing up into the bush mean?
God.
Oh no. So Pidge, how exactly are you gonna go about doing this? Cause you're in One Tree, which is an enormous city, and you are surrounded by these enormous tree cities.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you gonna go?
I don't know yet. I'm going to look for important vehicles, or important groups that seem like they know what they're doing, or have shady backgrounds, and follow them.
Oh,
Oh, we're gonna go
God.
look for the mafia.
Find the
Okay.
criminal.
Oh God. Okay.
Because mingling with criminals definitely won't make us look bad.
Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Make us
Oh
look
yeah,
like the most
going into
idiot.
Koki's didn't make you look bad either.
Oh yeah.
We're not gonna talk
I
about
mean-
cookies.
It's just a normal CVS in there.
Yep, totally. 100%.
Totally.
They
No
don't...
problems.
Definitely
don't
not
have
an
any-
underground fighting ring under that place.
I mean,
Yeah.
hey man, we don't know how many people know.
Skills.
Okay.
If they can keep that hidden, skills.
I am going to have to be gone for a few minutes, doing some
That's
things
fine.
at home.
Go ahead
So
and
this is just my excuse to disappear.
roll
I will roll.
for me. Yeah, and then tell me when you get back. The rest of you are, so yeah, Pidge literally just fades into the shadows, Homer Simpson style, and disappears.
Delightful.
What the fuck? You can do that?
Can we go to bed now? Liam says under his breath.
I
Yes,
agree with Liam.
I think we should probably get some sleep before I fall on the ground.
Great, because it's been like 24 hours, he says, and starts walking back towards the inn, the bed and breakfast.
This is gonna be the longest walk back ever.
It really is. It's a drag. Like, you have to go up an entire tier to get there, and You're just tired. And by the time you guys make it back to the bed and breakfast, the sun is beginning to peek through the branches of the trees, and you walk in and you smell food cooking in the kitchen. You look around and none of your party is downstairs.
If there is coffee, there is going to be so much caffeine running through my veins, kill an elephant.
There is coffee. There's coffee and food being set out under warmers.
I'm going to drink all of the coffee.
Pridwin is probably just going to see if he can get some breakfast to go, like, so that he can bring it up to his room and then head up and try and make sure that everybody's accounted for.
You make yourself a plate, and then you and Lunala start upstairs. You do a quick bed check. Everybody minus Pidge is here. And Solon,
Wonderful.
of course.
I'm just downstairs chugging the coffee pot.
Yeah, so you inhale your food and clamber into bed. Lunala's already unconscious. That leaves Brian and Amani as the only people that are awake. Is there anything you want to do?
I'm gonna talk to Amani. So, what did you think about that whole situation at the other eating out place? What the hell was called? Diner. There we go.
What do you mean? Could you be more specific?
I mean, like, was there anything suspicious to you about? Well, okay, anyone besides the bear and the other bear who were also drugged?
The whole thing seemed sus to me, but
Okay.
what do I know?
More than me, considering you actually have a good memory.
Actually, have a what?
Actually have a good memory and don't forget
Oh,
things
okay.
within like 24 hours.
Look, I might have a better memory than you, but I'm just as shot as you are when it comes to this whole situation. We drank the same thing, apparently.
Fair enough.
If you're asking me if anything seemed weird at the diner, then yes, it did. And I think it's really strange that now somebody else is missing. They're talking about this Laskin house, whatever that means. There's just too many pieces to this puzzle.
Yeah, I tell you what, I think we should just sleep on this, not literally, figuratively, and then talk about it more with the group and see if anyone else notice something we missed.
I did notice one thing.
What?
Well, never mind. It's not important. We'll talk about it later.
Megan. You're sure it's not important?
It's probably not.
She gets up and starts walking for the stairs.
I'm gonna follow.
You guys go up to your room.
I'll
Pridwin
be right
is
back.
just shutting the door. You guys crawl into bed after finding out everybody's accounted for, and you go to sleep. Pridwin,
Yeah?
you wake up to the sounds of the festival coming through your cracked window.
Oh.
The streets are once again lively. It is sometime in the afternoon.
Pridwin is going to make sure that all of his things are still in place.
You try to look to see if all of your things are in place, and you are underneath a cat.
Oh. Yeah, that about checks out. He is going to try to drag himself free.
Brian, you wake up and hear a loud thudding coming from Pridwin's room.
Man, it's always something. What are they doing in there? I swear, if I open that door and I see something I don't want to see, I'm going to stab myself in the eyes.
You can open the door.
I'm gonna get up, walk over to his room, and poke my head in the door and be like, everything good in here?
I am, You just hear the muffled voice of Pridwin. I am currently a little bit, stuck.
What do you mean stuck? Do you need help?
Help would be nice.
Okay, I'm gonna fully walk into the room trying to be quiet as to not disturb everyone else sleeping.
You open the door and walk inside, and you look toward the sound of Fredwin's voice, which is coming from the bed, and you notice something that does not belong. There is... I gotta post the picture again because it's been forever. Hold on. Now I gotta find it. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold up. Oh god, where did I put it? This might take me a second. I don't fucking know. I don't know where I put it.
Pridwin, how? What happened?
Do you really want me to explain this right now?
I mean, I can help after. You can explain it afterwards.
I will do so, as long as you can get me out of here.
Don't worry, I'm gonna find the picture. Do you
Yeah,
have
I'm
the
gonna-
picture, Liam?
No?
I'm gonna try and push the thing off of Pridwin. I have to roll something for that.
The thing.
The thing. Pretty sure I was told giant cat, but at the same time, I don't know.
Don't worry about it.
I'm looking so hard for the picture I used it for. Okay, so let me just describe it since I can't fucking find it anymore. You walk in and the beds are pretty decently sized in here. There is an enormous cat. It looks like a jaguar. It's got the spots and everything, but it's this kind of purplish hue. And it seems that there is almost little stones that radiate in a kind of aura around it. And when I say big, this thing is kind of hanging off of the bed. Like, the paw that is draped over Pridwin is bigger than his face. And he's got a full helmet on and everything. I mean, this thing is huge. And Pridwin is currently coiled in its paws, which are wrapped around him. The creature is... You think it's growling at first, but it's steady and rhythmic, and you realize that it is snores that you are hearing.
How do you even sleep?
Sorry, what?
Don't mind him, it's radio traffic. He'll come back in a second.
Okay.
Any hoodles, now that I'm back.
There he is.
That was random. Hello.
Hi.
How do you sleep in your helmet and not have the worst neck pains imaginable?
That's really what you're gonna ask about right now?
There is so much to take in here. I thought he took his helmet off. You said he slept with it on. What is wrong with
Sir?
that?
I will explain everything to you. If you can free me from this prison of fur.
Are we not suffocated? Okay. I'm gonna try and lift the paw off of Pridwin's face.
You do so. It is heavy.
Yeah, with great effort, I managed to move the whole bucket. So very pretty lizard leopard. Wow,
Yeah,
that's a
Pridwin.
lizard now.
Ah, yes, my lizard wife.
Oh, that's your wife. Oh
Um,
god.
Pridwin will drag himself free and say, "Oh, thank you. Now, one question at a time. You want to know about the helmet?"
Yes.
Pridwin points to the top of his head. I take the hat off.
I was gonna say, because either
But-
you just have the worst neck pain imaginable and you just learn to live with it, which honestly I respect the shit out of, or I don't know.
No.
You just have a really fluffy pillow.
I don't wear the top metal part. It unlatches itself. But
Cool.
as a general rule, my family normally doesn't remove the armor unless absolutely necessary. So I'm used to sleeping with it on.
All right. Next question. What in the world is that and how?
I'm assuming you're just gesturing to Lunala.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Excuse me, that is my wife.
I'm sorry, your wife can turn into a spectral jaguar?
It's a long story, but yes. Yes, she can.
Remind me not to piss her or you off because you could just tell her to do that and fucking eat me. I don't want to get eaten.
Trust me, you don't know the half of it. She is terrifying.
Can she turn into an astral? Can she turn into an astral dragon, perchance?
I don't.
That would be really
think-
badass.
I do not think she can turn into a dragon. I'm pretty sure that her thing is cats. I do know someone who did turn into a dragon, though.
Who? I need to meet this person.
Um,
Unless they're dead, in which case that'd be rather difficult.
well, she's not dead. But,
Let me guess. She hates us.
well, no, not that either. She is technically not supposed to. How do I put this? The fact that she exists on campus grounds is something that only a very select few higher ups within the academy are aware of.
So what? Is she like a paradox or something?
No, she's a witch. Well, half witch.
Nice. Second question. Why did she, or I guess third question, not second, or I guess question 2A. Why did Lunala turn into like a jaguar and not like a house cat or something? Why a big cat?
Now, that is a question which I.
Go ahead.
That is a question which I don't believe I can answer. I'm assuming that it's just something to do with the magic.
Yeah, I fucking wish I had magic. That shit's awesome.
Well, I mean, we are demon weapons. We do have access to a form of magic.
True, but like not turn into a giant cat magic.
You don't
True.
want that. You hear from behind you.
Are you sure?
if it comes with everybody trying to kill you all the time. No, you don't.
Katya sips her coffee.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, to be fair, we are constantly getting almost murdered all the time, anyways. So,
I mean, you're a member of the Academy. I'm sure you're aware of the strong disdain for witches that most people have.
oh yeah, no, just a mild dislike of them.
Yes, mild.
Stupid Christ.
Any further questions?
No.
As you say no, you hear like a shifting sound. You look over, and in the span of time that you have glanced like from her to Pridwin, you look back and Lunala's back in her human form. Still asleep, but looks like she looked the last time you saw her.
Oh, there we go. She's back to normal.
Why are you so loud? You hear from underneath her hood, which is kind of like falling over her face.
Sorry,
You turned into a giant jaguar and were suffocating Fridwin.
It's too bright.
It's dark in the room. What do you mean?
I wasn't made for the daytime. She rolls over the other side and pulls the blanket over her head.
Oh, bamboozle.
Oh yes, she's also nocturnal.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Katya sips her coffee again.
So, are we gonna talk about what happened, or...
How do you know what happened?
She points at Liam in Minerva's room.
It's good to know that they filled you in. I do think it would be important to make sure that everybody's aware of what's going on. Perhaps we should get everybody assembled.
Okay, I'll go wake up Amani and the twins.
Amani is already awake.
Oh.
She's been chilling in your room.
Finally
go
awake.
Grow a potato. And I should wait. I'm gonna pick up the possum. And I'm going to lightly shake it.
Oh,
Wait, which one?
The possum.
Oh,
possum.
you shake the possum. There is more jingling.
Very, very softly be like, why have you eaten my coins?
There's more jingling. He's still asleep.
How are you still sleeping?
You kind of shake him a little more, and all of a sudden the possum kind of yawns and lolls his mouth open, and you see something. There's something shining in his mouth.
I'm going to stick a finger in his mouth and try and grab the thing.
You kind of reach into his mouth, and it keeps going. Like, the possum is small, but you kind of stick your finger in, and then your hand in, and then you feel something. And you grab it, and you pull it out, and it's a bag of coins.
Pridwin looks utterly mortified.
I don't remember what I named the possum, but I'm going to look at it and be like, I love you, but I've never been more disturbed in my life.
What on
the fuck?
What on earth did the squirrel dealer give you?
Magical possum.
That is no normal possum.
That's why it's a magic possum.
Indeed.
I love it. Oh, that's awesome. Holy shit. That just made my whole day. It made staying up till 5 in the morning absolutely worth it. Oh my god, I need to get you a little pirate hat and an eye patch. I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
So you guys start to assemble downstairs. Many of your group getting breakfast and things and such. As you guys are kind of assembling, waiting for the rest of the group to come down from their rooms, the front door opens, and in comes Pidge. Pidge, who has not slept. Pidge, who is the I don't need sleep, I need answers gif. That Pidge walks in the door.
Pidge, you, don't look so good. Are you alright?
Just three.
Paige, could I interest you in a magical possum? I'm gonna hold the possum up to him.
That's a really nice rat you got there.
Sir, it is a possum. Don't you What's the
I mean,
Also, he can literally eat a whole bag of coins. Like it's disturbing. You should have seen it.
That's great.
It's awesome.
are you sure that you're alright?
Just
You-
need sleep.
Were you able to find the tree?
No.
Then what did you find? Because you look like you found many a thing. Not a many a good thing, though.
Perhaps we should, get
Bears
these
are boring.
answers.
That's what I found out. They're all so very boring. And don't do anything interesting other than do bear things.
I see. And, you're certain that you are not.
And what is that?
You should probably go get some sleep.
Yeah.
Well, that's disturbing. 1 minute.
Pidge sort of just falls asleep right there, standing up.
Oh dear. Fredwin's just going to, like, pick up Pidge like a cardboard cutout and, like, carry her back up to her room.
You take her back upstairs to drop her into the bed.
Yeah, just toss her over into the bed and then close the door.
And you walk back downstairs.
Well, now that that's taken care of, Pridwin's going to probably try and go and get everybody else up.
You have not roused Soma, Sadie, the twins.
I'll be back. This is gonna take a minute.
Axel doesn't even seem to be in his room, which doesn't surprise you very much.
Yeah.
But everybody else is around, eating breakfast, mingling, looking at you, trying to figure out why they have all been roused and brought down. So, what do you guys want to do?
I think I'm the only one here, so I guess Pridwin's just going to sit down with everybody and say, I suppose I should probably let you all know what's going on currently.
They all just look at you.
We had a chat with the bartenders who served us the drugged alcohol. And
And let me guess. You didn't get anywhere.
well, we did get somewhere, kind of. We know two things now. They were supplied the alcohol and given the orders to give it to us by a group of individuals from House 11.
Laskin.
You hear Lunala whisper to you.
My apologies. Individuals from House Laskin. Now, this is a very important thing to note because there is no way that our friend Solon would ever work with a Laskin member.
And why is that? Minerva says.
I mean, he utterly despises the beast folk. Or at least did. Or he doesn't trust their governments, certainly. And if he was working with the Orc, well, the Orc were definitely not involved in this operation.
Okay.
Furthermore, unfortunately, the bartenders also partook of the tainted liquor and do not remember much. However, something interesting that occurred while we were there is that the captain of the guard dropped by and accused one of the bartenders of being involved in a kidnapping plot. As apparently the partner of the local ruler is currently missing.
Right.
And apparently she went missing roughly around the same time that we were drugged and that the heist occurred.
Well, that can't be a coincidence.
Certainly not. I have a feeling that all of this is connected in some sort of... Well, the bartenders claimed that there was some sort of conspiracy afoot. And it appears that we got caught up in it. Now, furthermore, I sincerely don't believe that those bartenders could have played a part in kidnapping the... shit, what was her name again?
Islandy?
Elenthe. I sincerely doubt that the bartenders played a part in kidnapping Elenthe because being able to pull off a kidnapping of a very important person such as her would require much deeper connections than I think that they would have, especially considering they were most certainly victims of the same plot we were.
I am back. Back again.
Welcome back.
So what now?
Somebody.
Well,
Pidge, like, comes, like, drop kicking down the stairs after, like, a 15-minute interval.
wow, you sleep incredibly quickly.
She looks even worse. Like, she put her hat on, but it's, like, inside out.
The bags under her eyes are somehow now twice the size they were.
Someone is lying to
How
us.
does it look like you got
Someone
less
is-
sleep than when you just went to sleep?
Someone is hiding something from us. Like magic,
Okay.
tampering. They're messing with us. I am a thorough searcher. I can find things that most people don't even know. I found 20 bottles of holy water inside Pridwin's locked closet one night. That was on a
You stole my reserves?
no borrow.
I did say that. I told you to ask when you took those.
This was a while back before I confirmed anything.
Very well.
I mean, to be fair, when I first met you, Pridman, I honestly thought you were an enchanted set of armor that was literally just the set of armor.
Hold on. Criminal antics aside, what the hell are you talking about?
If I can't find something, that means someone is deliberately doing stuff to make it impossible to find. As in, making it so that magic hides.
I think you need to go back
Um,
to sleep, Pitch.
Pidge, just slow down. What is it that you believe is being concealed from you? What were you unable to find?
Okay, so you know how we have those originators of each of the clans, you know, the big guys that came from the castle. You know,
Yes,
Artem. Yes, Artem. Artem, either he's not dead and they've covered up the fact that he's not dead and people think he's died, or he's died and they've put the body somewhere that isn't here. Even though this here is where you would bury most people, right?
Yes.
I think I recall someone mentioning that that Artem's tree was far away from the main city.
Yes, so I went looking for it. You would think that something of that importance, you know, an important tree located like of the founding ancestor, like that would be very important, even if it were located outside of the regular trees.
And
Right,
very
or
large.
regular
and
barrels.
yes.
Yeah,
And,
you would think so. And there
and
would
they
be
mentioned it
guards
was. I had mentioned that it was heavily guarded, so
so like you would have seen patrols or
Notice
shifts
something.
or something, even if it's stealthy or shady, something. There would have been evidence somewhere, but there isn't. Not one. Zilch. Nothing.
Could it be underground somehow?
I mean,
Ever heard of a tree that grew underground? I mean, this is here.
I'm fairly sure we've.
That big?
I'm fairly sure y'all have encountered weird shit in a giant tree.
I mean that isn't too terribly far-fetched, but even then, if it was beneath the earth, surely there would be some sort of indication.
And
I
the whole
mean-
time that I was searching, somebody was watching me. And
You were being watched the entire time.
yes, and we've been watched this entire time anyway, but this was different. Like, it wasn't just, you know, guards or royal guards. It was someone else was watching.
I see.
Generally, with the guards, I don't need to shake, but I felt the need to shake this one. That's what took me so long.
Could they have, like, not planted it, but hidden it, like, in a cave somewhere?
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
why? Well, okay. First, we don't even know if Artem's actually dead. So
Could they have imprisoned him then?
exactly. Now, this seems important enough that they need to protect it. So why are they hiding? Like straight up using magic to hide it. Other than magic being great protection and not knowing where a thing is great, but why?
I mean, magical concealment is possible, but certainly very difficult. So, if they would go through the effort to conceal it, that would suggest that they were afraid that if someone were to find it, something bad would happen. Or perhaps there's people looking for it who will do something bad.
Okay, now let's go with this a bit further. He is the founding member of this clan. Yeah, clan.
Society.
Now, the artifact we're looking for is a branch of the first tree. Correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't the founding member be the first branch?
Unless he wasn't the first to die.
Good point.
It is possible that he did not die, but the first one to die was converted into the first tree, either by him or by someone else. Although I cannot recall the lecture that we received regarding that.
Anyway, this level of cover-up means that whatever this information is, it's important to keep secret. Interesting. Keeping that level secret.
Okay, so there's some weird shit going on. What does that mean for us exactly? I mean, what are we supposed to do? Like, that's nice and all that everything is crazy and messed up. Katya kind of crosses her arms. But Solon's still in a jail cell, and we don't really have any way to get him out.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do now?
Anyone up for a jailbreak?
You want to start a war with the entirety of Medvedev? Count me out, Liam says.
It was an idea.
A jailbreak would be quite ill-advised, especially now that we have this information. We know with quite a great deal of certainty, at least in my opinion, that Solon was not at least a willing participant in this theft. So what matters now would be rooting out the true culprits.
What I think is a big problem for me is, like, you know, it would be a convenient lie to tell everyone, because it would be a very convenient lie. Is if
What
the
would that
government
be?
stole the branch and then framed it on their neighbors. You know, the ones that they hate.
Well, that was what I was thinking. Perhaps
You mean like
But the problem is, we were the ones who took the fall, us and the bartenders who are also members of the same clan, meaning
who just told the city guard that they were implicated because of members of a different clan?
that is true. Perhaps these people are beast folk from Laskin, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're members of the same government. They could be rogue operatives. Which means.
Or just hear me out. The person we interrogated isn't entirely trustworthy.
I have. I'm quite good at knowing when people are lying. I've learned through many years of bartending when people are trying to lie to you. And I'm
Or-
rather certain that they were not lying.
Or they were lied to and told that
I'm just gonna come out and say it, Amani says from where she's leaning against the bar. Anybody else think it was weird that the freaking lieutenant or whatever just walked in conveniently to the diner that we were in to talk to the people that we were talking to at the exact moment that they did?
Yes, it was extremely convenient that they were able to find us and almost stop us from obtaining the information we did from them. Which means, I believe, and furthermore, he didn't tell us who gave him that information. And while I'm sure that he has good reason to, considering he doesn't trust us, I believe
I
that.
just figured they've been following us since the beginning.
Well, that is possible, but the problem is we were already being watched, and it was almost on cue. The second we were able to start getting answers from them, he showed up. I don't think that he is the one who's in on it, but I definitely think that whoever is set him on a trail.
So,
Surely if he was, he would not have given us the opportunity to obtain the information, and I'm fairly certain he would have tried to take the evidence that I was carrying with me. If he was indeed guilty. If he was indeed in on it.
so either his boss is in on it and he doesn't, and the lieutenant doesn't, like, is clueless, or he's being brainwashed somehow.
I don't think it's brainwashing. I'm sure that if he received an anonymous tip or a tip from his higher ups, he would have acted on it.
Hear me out. What if it's the king who's just been, like, had his mind taken over or some shit?
Or
It could be the ruler's partner as well, considering that they mysteriously disappeared the same night. But that isn't substantiated. Right now, what we do know is that some individuals claiming to be members of the Alaskan government attempted to frame us, and also the bears. Now, I don't believe this was necessarily a political move. I believe that they simply wanted a fall guy for their taking of the branch. Considering if they really wanted to pin this on somebody who was a member of one of the governments, surely they would get somebody to take the fall from one of them. Especially considering we had several people here from other regions. I mean, there were those two who were there at the same time as Solon, and while they were certainly accused initially. I saw them later on at the bar walking free, which suggests to me that we specifically were meant to take the fall for this.
So someone is deliberately framing us.
And that could be simply because we are strangers, complete foreigners, which means that they wouldn't have to worry about a political issue. I mean, if they didn't want any political tensions to rise, then framing unaffiliated people would be advantageous.
What I'm
Considering
thinking
our
about
current
this
reputation.
is that there's just a bunch of red herrings pointing away.
That is also
Oh.
possible, but for now.
No, every ounce of evidence that either we've found or the government has told us has been found has pointed away from the government in one direction or another.
And
Are you trying to say that they're deliberately trying to point us away from them so that could make them, but that could backfire and make them look incredibly suspicious?
It does look
Well-
incredibly suspicious. Just for
we
someone
also
with-
have to keep in mind why they would need to steal from themselves. I mean, we need to ask who within this government would need to do so. I don't think that it would be the king of the land necessarily, considering
Maybe someone who wants to overthrow him and become the king.
that is certainly possible. As I said, the missing individual could certainly be the guilty party, although I don't think we have enough evidence to substantiate that. The only way to truly confirm that would be to find them.
And besides, weren't we told that she was his partner? Like, if she was in line to be the frickin' queen, why would she want to murder the king? And, like,
I don't-
jeopardize her whole, becoming the
don't-
fucking queen.
I don't necessarily think that murder is on the table. Whatever's going on here, it revolves around that branch.
That's
And
nice
I'm
and
not-
all, but that still doesn't answer the question of what the hell we're supposed to do next.
Katya says she's pacing at this point. Y'all have stressed her out.
Yes,
I vote
unfortunately,
torch some shit.
we really should not torch some shit. That would be a bad idea. I'm trying to think of what our next step should be, but unfortunately, we haven't really gotten a direction. I mean,
Is there a
Well,
way we
study.
can go investigate the missing person?
I'm going back to the library. Anyone got a Russian translator for me?
unfortunately, our only Russian translator is in prison.
That one's really unfortunate.
If you find anything in Greek, I can help you out, or Latin.
I don't even know Greek and Latin.
Uh,
Maybe I don't know.
C plus. If anything's written in C plus, I can do it.
If anything's written in code, gotcha. What about binary? Do you know binary?
Ein can do that for me.
Gotcha.
Regardless, we need to figure out where we need to go next, and
Well,
unfortunately,
that's the thing. We figure out more about what we're dealing with. Go to the library to read up on the tub.
understanding who she is would be very valuable, yes. I think perhaps learning more about her, and also if we can figure out how to find these Alaskan individuals, that would be very, very helpful.
I still think we should go investigate the missing person's room, see if we can't find anything the guards might have missed.
Well, we would need to be able to get access first, and getting access to the castle, considering our current. Even if we are innocent, and we've proven that, we are not trusted individuals. So getting access to the castle would be incredibly difficult, and unfortunately the only person who we have in good graces is, well, the man we spoke with outside of the diner, and he said himself that he has no authority to go in there.
So we don't ask, Liam says, cracking his knuckles.
I was gonna say, we could just sneak in and sneak out before they even knew we were there.
I
Pitch
mean,
pulls out Garuda.
that is an option, certainly. That would not be a mission that I would be well suited for, however. Although, I'm sure Pidge and my sister could certainly make short work of it.
With that, I have no doubt of it.
Minerva gives you a thumbs up.
I mean, trying to... If we did so, we would need to be incredibly careful. If we got caught, we would become enemies of the state. Regardless, and we would give up any chances of getting out of this. But if this is the only place we can go, then perhaps we should split up, send the sneaky ones in, and have the rest of us explore elsewhere.
I mean, it looks to me like the only way to go is up.
Literally.
Indeed. Well, I certainly don't like this plan, but
I mean,
it's...
if we do become enemies of the state, I'm sure we can teleport down if you're considering I can.
Well,
Like
the
100
problem, though, there is, if we become enemies of the state, we will have a much, much, much harder time obtaining that shard, and we will not have their support in trying to deal with our problem on the other side of the border.
Okay, then maybe we don't break into the castle.
Well, if we do, we can't get caught.
True.
If we do get caught, well,
It makes things much, very much more difficult.
indeed. I mean, I suppose we should probably put it to a vote.
I agree with that. Democracy has definitely never failed.
All in support of investigating the castle?
Well, I'm the one who came up with the idea, so I guess I'm on board with it.
Okay, hold on. So all in favor for stealth. So I know Brian is.
So I came up with the idea.
Brian and Amani are for sure. Liam and Minerva.
I like surveillance. I will try my best.
Pidge. Who is against it?
I think Pridwin's probably going to remain neutral on this, because he can't come up with a better idea.
Well, in that case, nobody's against it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and
Of course that could happen.
Minerva would definitely be in support because she's very confident she won't get caught.
Oh, she and Liam were at the
Quinn
top of
would
that
be
list.
very good at being stealthy.
Right. So, I guess we're breaking into a castle, Minerva says, smiling at Liam nervously. Not so much
I mean, I can
nervously,
make-
more like excitedly.
I mean, I can make you guys fly. If you can't already do that, I don't know if you can do that already. Can you fly?
Minerva blinks.
None of us can fly, but I mean, Minerva can climb very well.
Would you like to be able to just fly up there really easily? Because I can do that.
I think I can handle it myself.
Well, you never know. I was just offering.
So the three of us will go break in, I guess, she says, looking from Liam to Pidge, back to the rest of the group. What does that leave you all doing?
The period what do we do?
Well, Pidge did bring up a good idea of trying to do more research, but unfortunately, books will be a bit of a challenge for us.
Talk to the locals,
Unless-
see how people think of things.
I suppose asking the locals certainly wouldn't hurt. Perhaps if we could find a historian or some academic.
Just don't talk to this one doddering old bear in the library.
Don't talk
Um,
to a badgering bear.
Avoid the old bear. Very well.
Bridge develops a 1,000-yard stare.
I presume that he will not be very helpful if we do.
Yeah, he will not be very helpful.
What happened with you and a badgering bear who was very unhelpful that gave you the 1,000-yard stare, bro? What happened?
I suppose that means we should. Well, it's
Ask
already nightfall. It's around at this time.
There has to be a college or some sort of school-esque thing, whatever this place has around that you can ask for a historian, right?
That could be worth looking.
So, what's the
Alrighty, I
plan?
guess I'm gonna go ask around about any place of study or academics, or a museum might be a good idea. There might be a historian there.
Didn't we get a tour at a museum that we're currently kicked out of?
And have a night at the museum.
So, Pidge, Liam, and Minerva get up and start walking for the door to go commit quite literal treason and criminal espionage. And the rest of you get ready to head out to go do research ? Where are you guys gonna go?
I'm gonna go.
I guess
find the
everyone's
museum.
going. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna see if we can find directions to a museum.
So you guys go ahead and roll, and we'll see what kind of directions you get. Pidge, I'm interested in hearing your plan.
Yeah, his plan for stealing the Declaration of Independence.
For getting into a castle that is higher up on a tree, therefore the only way up is through either stairwells that are heavily guarded or climbing the side of the tree, which is openly visible.
Indeed.
Sure.
I am interested in your plan.
I said I could make them fly. They didn't take it.
No. Pidge's idea is fairly simple. Use Garuda.
Okay, that's an idea.
But that means very little access to skimming through books and checking notes and searching through things.
Correct.
So,
Would you like me to give you a minute to think on this?
Yeah, should we like actually properly strategize?
Probably.
no.
So, I mean, to make the plan work, really all we need is really good stealth characters who also can do the big brain.
The stealth.
I mean, we need the stealth, sure, but we need the investigation power too.
That
so,
fucking Soma isn't here right now.
And shit, where is he?
yeah, our one investigator, and of course
Shit.
Apollyon.
He said he was gonna be here soon. It's been soon, like forever ago.
Apollyon, the stealthiest character we have, is literally batshit bonkers at the moment.
Yep.
A little bit of an issue.
Hold on. Let me just take a look at something. I'm going to do some investigating into my character sheet.
Okay. While that's happening, I got a roll from Brian. And Pridwin, investigation. Do I need to roll for you?
Yeah, you're gonna need to roll for me. I'm
Yeet!
upstairs.
You should not have let me roll for you. Well,
Yep,
Brian.
I should have known.
What
Why?
were you looking for specifically? Like, what's your approach to this exactly?
I was just gonna go up to someone and be like, "Do you happen to have like a history museum or anything?" Or
Okay.
you know.
So you're just asking random people on the street.
I basically am that, or I'm gonna go ask the people who work at the inn because they're very helpful.
Which one are you doing?
I'm gonna go ask random people on the street.
Okay, so
Also, I will
you
be
start
right back.
looking around, and you kind of see like it's crowded. As the night gets darker and darker, the festival comes to life like it has the last few nights. And there's a lot of people here. And a lot of them, as you're starting to talk to these people, they're not from this tree. They're from a lot of the other trees, or just from other areas in Medvedev entirely, and they have no clue what you're talking about. They don't know where anything is. However, you do manage to run into an interesting bear. He is kind of teetering his way towards Smokey's, actually, where you run into him. And you start asking him about a place that you can learn about history, and he turns to you and he says, "History? You know, back in my day,
Oh god,
we
damn
had
it.
to memorize
No, he found him. No.
all of that for ourselves. We didn't have convenient people to tell us just on a whim when we wanted to learn it. Kids these days, what do they even teach you in school?"
I'm sorry, sir. I think I asked the wrong person. This. Have a nice night. Bye. I'm gonna try and walk away.
It is a nice night, isn't it?
Yes. 10 board 2101. So what's happening?
Crazy. I was crazy once.
They put me in a room filled with rats.
And that's crazy.
He's just kind of standing there, staring up at the flowers. Then he looks back at you.
Where was I going?
You were going that way.
You said something about history, right?
Yes, like a history
What
museum.
kind of history were you wanting exactly?
Like just like a history museum for like this tree or all of the trees.
Well, if you're wanting to know about this tree, you'll want to speak to one of the sages.
Where might I find one of the sages?
They tend to stay nearest to where they keep Nachulo. They're the ones who remember and take care of things.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Anything else we need to know about these sages before we go off and try and find them?
I'm sorry, what was that you were asking me?
Nothing, sir. Have a nice night.
It's a nice night, isn't it?
Bye.
He's like still talking as you start walking away from him.
Is Pridwin with me right now?
I thought he was.
Yeah, I
Pridwin, how do you
Uh,
manage? I'm assuming that's the one person Pidge told us to look out for.
yes, I'm pretty sure that was.
How do we do this? How did we find?
I can only assume that fate hates us.
Oh, come on. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Alrighty, Pridwin. What do you think we go see if the sages are anywhere near the tree or the
well,
stake?
they said that the sages were with the branch, or where the branch once was. I'm a bit concerned that they might not be very amicable towards us.
Roll
Maybe
me
if
a
we
perception
think we're
check.
trying to
Both.
die. Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna pull up a dice roller on Safari.
Yeah, you don't want me to roll for you, apparently.
I would prefer if you didn't.
Apparently, I don't want to roll for me either.
Oh no.
I rolled two.
I got a natural 20.
Hey.
You hear something as you're having this conversation.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. I was really looking forward to seeing what he looked like. Yeah, I mean, like, he only comes out once or twice a year from what I hear. Now, the one night he's supposed to be out during the festival, he's not gonna show? Lame. Well, come on. I'm sure there's something else cool we can do. Let's go see if we can get up higher. Maybe we'll see the blossoms up close. Maybe we can touch one.
Are they not far from us?
What did you say? Oh god.
Hello?
Your voice
Can-
like
can you hear me?
roboted.
Oh?
Yeah, it was bad.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Yeah. You no longer
Okay.
sound like Sufukio.
Beep boop.
Yes.
Indeed.
What did you ask?
I was asking, are they close to us?
Yeah,
right now?
it was like a passing conversation. Just people in the crowd,
Oh,
and you're
Fred will-
hearing murmurs from several people, like something was just announced, and people, the word is kind of passing through the crowd.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to just sort of like get the attention of somebody who's like right next to them and be like, "I'm sorry, what's going on?"
Oh, you didn't hear? Well,
didn't
normally
hear
during
what?
the festival, the the king kind of shows himself and I don't know, makes a speech or just you know, it's kind of the way that we know that he's still alive, right? Well, apparently he's not coming out. I guess he's sick or something. So
Oh,
it's just kind of disappointing. We were really
weird.
looking forward to seeing how much he's grown. I mean, he was such a little thing when he, had to take over.
He's
Wait.
ill? That's terrible.
Yeah, I know, right? What a time of the year to get sick.
what do you mean he was so young when he took over? Why would he have been? What? What? Yeah, just what?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not from here, are you?
No, we aren't.
That's okay. I understand. Well, let me see if I can explain this. The ruling house kind of isn't really traditional. I mean, I hear it's kind of the same way with a lot of the kingdoms around here. But basically, people from the royal family, they don't like to, die. She kind of smiles awkwardly.
Oh.
Yeah,
Big-
I don't
big
know what it
birthday.
is. It's just kind of a thing, I guess. Anyway, it was real sad. I don't remember what they said happened to him, but Connie's dad got messed up, I guess. Connie was just a cub.
And Connie is the king.
Yeah, he's only been king for, she starts counting on the digits of a paw. I think 3 years now?
Well, thanks for that information.
No
I'm gonna
problem.
I'm gonna whisper to Pridwin. Is there anything else I'm forgetting to ask?
Sorry, you guys are feeling really bad.
Yeah, that's because you're in the kitchen.
The auto-tune.
Yeah.
The auto-tune.
What did you say?
So it's because you're in the kitchen.
Oh,
God. Kitchen bad for audio reception. Refrigerator not nice. He'll learn one of these days. Anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just asking if there was anything I forgot to ask while
I
I
don't
was
know.
talking.
Is there anything you forgot to ask? Is there anything else you want to know?
Can you give us any idea of, like, do you know if the sages are still by where the branch is, or I guess was now?
Sages? Oh, what are you talking about?
You know, the people who look after the first branch and
Sages.
over yonder.
Nobody's called them sages in years. They're called keepers now.
Well, I just heard that name from really, really very old bear.
That checks
So
out.
just put it with.
Yeah, they're called keepers, and there's at least always one in attendance. But since the branch was stolen, I don't know if any of them will be there right now.
If they're not there right now, what might be a good time? Do you know when they might be back?
Look, man, I don't know. I mean, nothing is really going the way it normally does since the branch got taken.
Alrighty, well, thank you for your time, then. Adios. I'm gonna walk off.
She keeps walking.
Okay, so
Kid just finally decided on a course of action.
Okay, I'm interested.
Use Garuda to find a map
To find a map?
of the castle.
Okay.
So he's gonna find the blueprint of the castle.
Quick question. I'm pretty sure Garuda has like a distance limit to the user, right?
I don't know that distance limit. We never said it.
Okay. Hold on, I'm being attacked by a husky. Get up here and sit down.
I wouldn't mind getting attacked by a husky,
Good God.
as
Get.
long as it's not trying to murder me.
Jesus Christ, why are you like this? I'm sorry. She likes to get into my mushroom chair while I am also in the mushroom chair. And then make things
She
very
just wants to be
inconvenient.
included.
Okay. So you were wanting to use Garuda to find a map. So you start walking up the tiers, and there's a lot of tiers. You manage to get up into the tiers near the entrance of the castle, and it's kind of like a super ritzy residential type area. I'm gonna need you to make your first presence check for me.
What the fuck?
Okay, so you have no problem kind of making your way through as inconspicuously as possible until you end up, thank you, on the rooftops in the residential area. Pretty close to the castle, but not quite there. You think this is going to be close enough for you to utilize Garuda and not go past your distance limit, which you, Pidge, yourself are not sure how far he can go. You haven't really tested it.
Okay. I guess I'll start with the gate, see if the guard rooms are anywhere there. Figure they might have a map just to set up patrols and stuff.
Roll me d20. Let's see how lucky you are. Okay. You do not find a map in the guard tower closest to the gate. However, you do hear an interesting conversation. There is an exchanging of guards going on right now. And one of them, as he's pulling his boots on, looks to the other and says, "Man, this is some bullshit. We were supposed to be home free, man. What happened?" And the other one says, "I don't know, man. Something about the bullshit that happened with Nachalo. I don't know. They moved all the guards around. Everybody that was on shift is not on shift anymore, I guess. This sucks, man. And we couldn't even have got stationed in the castle. We had to get stuck on the gates. Well, there's kind of something weird about that. But, I mean, that's just me. No, like, for real? Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I looked at the roster earlier. There's only like half of us on the schedule. Like, I don't think anybody's inside right now. Weird. Well, I ain't getting fired. And he finishes lacing up his boots and he walks out the door. The other one says, "Hold on, you're not gonna question this?" And they walk out of your earshot.
No one inside the castle? Hold on. Steering Garuda inside the castle and just looking around the courtyard.
There are people in the courtyard. There are guards that are on a rotation, walking, doing their thing. There are 2 guards stationed outside of the doors that lead into the castle from the courtyard.
Still need to find them out. Want? Just quick glance inside. Is there a window into the tower, into the castle?
Yes,
High up that people would assume?
there are a lot of windows to this place. The tree, like I said, the whole place is made up of the tree itself. And it winds and twists and creates all these interestingly shaped natural windows and everything. It's no trouble for you to find a small one for Garuda to writhe and wriggle through. And you find yourself looking on a hallway that is empty. And quiet. Eerily quiet. You slither down into the hallway and look around, and you don't hear anything anywhere. There are doors closed all around you, but no signs of motion.
That's the case. I've got a plan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to need Liam and Lonala's help with this one.
Mm-hmm.
Are they with me, or
Minerva?
are they hiding somewhere else?
They're with you.
Or is it Liam and Minerva?
Yeah.
Liam and Minerva are with you.
Okay. Okay, guys. I'm going to do something very stupid. Don't
Oh.
follow me. You slip into the castle. I'll cause a distraction.
I don't like this plan, Liam says.
I don't like this plan. I don't.
It's a simple IED with a timer. I'll be far gone from it by the time anyone notices.
You're gonna blow something up?
He's gonna blow the castle up.
Not the castle.
Part of the castle.
I'm pretty sure that if something blows up in the middle of a royal district, obviously no collateral damage, but an explosion in this ritzy neighborhood, someone's going to notice and send guards. It needs to be close enough that it needs to be close enough that it causes the people guarding the castle to go to.
Kira, you want me to?
Huh?
You want me to play Minerva? Because I have her character sheet.
No, not right now.
Alright.
I mean, you can voice her, but not play her. Her sheet's not done. For the record, Liam says, I think this is a terrible idea. But, yeah, I'm on board.
Okay, so the whole reason that this is even a viable plan is that as far as I've checked, and I've checked a few hallways at this point, nothing serious, no one's inside the castle.
Oh, well then, do we even need a distraction? I mean, quick little slither up the side of the building over a couple walls and we're golden, right?
Just gotta get past the 2 guards standing at the front gate.
So we don't go through the front gate.
Good. Any hole big enough for us that we can get into without being noticed?
I don't know, I thought that's what you were looking for.
Okay, fine.
I could
Back
get
to
through
it.
a window.
He's like, points at his glasses. I wear these for a reason, you know?
I mean, as long as there's a window or a door that isn't locked.
So yeah, Pidge is now looking for a window or something that is easy enough to get into without being noticed.
Roll me another d20.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. Oh! Immediately. You spot a window it's up on the side. Kind of conveniently near one of the guard towers. I mean, it's not like right next to it. Like, you couldn't jump from the guard tower to this window. You're gonna have to scale at least a story up the side of this tree. However, up that story is a window that is large enough for probably Minerva to fit through. And it's open. The only thing you have to do is get up there.
That's extremely convenient, but it works.
See anything?
I mean,
Well,
is it
Pidge shows
convenient or
them
is it
the-
suspicious?
I'll let you be the judge of that, showing them the window that I found.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Well,
all of this is suspicious, so...
you're right. Well, babe, you think you can make it?
I mean, they'll only know that we stepped into the trap if they catch us doing it.
Great.
As a matter
I'll
of
see you
fact,
on the other side, Liam says, and he flashes into his weapon form.
Pidge is going to shake up a few shots for us.
Oh, this is gonna be even funnier.
Oh boy.
Do it. Do it.
Let's see what I get. Well, if we ever get into trouble, Pidge has a tongue twister. Plus 5 con charisma.
Okay. And what about what you doing for Minerva?
Minerva gets 6 rounds of sneaky beaky.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
You know what that means? Do you have any idea what that means?
Oh yeah.
It means she
Minerva-
gets a plus 20 to her presence. A
Oh,
plus
good
lord.
20 to her presence for 6
on
turns.
top of all the stuff she already has.
Yeah, so you're standing there, and Minerva, takes this shot, and she's like, ugh, this is not my favorite thing. And that she's just gone. You can't even see her. She's just gone. Very similarly to you in the bunker when you went after all of the Greenbloods.
So this is what it's like.
Yep! Minerva does not even... it's like... I'm trying to think of it. So, y'all have seen Over the Hedge, right?
Yep.
You know how Hammy kind of just waltzes his way through the entire backyard? That's Minerva. Minerva waltzes across the fucking... she goes up the stairs, into the guard tower, walks across the battlements, gets to the side of the tree, easily scales up the story of the side of the tree, and nobody notices her. At one point, she sees, one of the guards that's walking has, a piece of paper on his back that says, "Kick me." Old school style, somebody being a dick. She takes it off. Homie doesn't even notice. It is a work of art. Her making her way lithely and agilely and flipping into the window and landing inside. And once inside, Liam and Minerva see no one. Just like Pidge saw, the hallway is completely empty.
When Minerva makes it up to the window, can she at least use Huntress Step?
I gotta look at what that is.
It's one of her beginner abilities.
holding a Molotov, walking the oncoming traffic, almost hit him, think, wait, then see us. We told CHP, what the fuck, Soma?
Mm.
Sir.
Nice.
She's the person holding the Molotov.
I'm going to just have Garuda stick with them and test the limit of its reach while staying safely out of the way. Because I feel like if I tried to help at this moment, I'd just be in the way.
Okay. I mean, you don't need it. You have a plus 20 to presence.
But for flavor.
Exactly.
I don't.
I mean, I still need to go through her tree.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, you're inside, and there's nobody there.
Oh, I guess I can join them. I guess. Can I?
I
should.
mean, you're gonna have to make your own presence checks to get where they are. So if you would
Okay.
like to risk it,
I mean,
Huh?
she can just.
I mean,
Couldn't Minerva just like take Garuda with her and
no,
use that
Garuda's
as
like
a...
Yeah.
fine. Like Garuda can fly and everything. Garuda would be fine.
Yeah.
I'm saying if Pidge herself goes with you, she's going to have to make her own stealth presence checks.
And I'm considering doing so just because I want to help investigate. But you know what? It's
I mean, we
Let's
could
not
use
risk.
your robot to investigate and like Minerva.
yeah.
can
If
give you the
if anything I
information.
need to decipher pops up, I've got Garuda to help decipher. So. All right, I'll stick where I'm at, staying hidden.
Okay. So what are you guys doing?
So where are we in the castle at the moment?
You are in a hallway. There are doors all around you. There's a set of double doors. There's some single doors further on down the hallway.
Could she? So what floor? Can she make like a check to see if she can deduce like where in the castle we are because she knows castle architecture?
I mean, you're not on the bottom floor. That's about as far as you're gonna get with it.
Damn.
I mean, it's a
Um,
tree. It's not a regular castle. You have no fucking clue where you're at.
She'll probably peek inside of the double door room.
You go to peek inside of the double door room and you find a library. There's a fire kind of blazing in a carefully constructed fireplace. There's books wall to wall. There's a large table in the center.
Minerva's going to whisper. I'm assuming Garuda's probably staying close to her. Minerva will whisper over to Garuda. They've got a fire going, so there's definitely at least somebody here.
Keep an eye out.
And then Minerva will,
She says that,
Probably.
but she can't really say anything. Just a wave.
Fucking Garuda like nods its head slowly.
Minerva will also, like, ask, should I take a peek through the library, or should we keep going?
The tail points towards the door, and then points towards itself and gestures around.
If you want to take a peek, I can scout around.
The Garuda points towards itself and circles around, and then points towards you, and then points towards the door.
Sounds
The
reasonable.
door to the library?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless
Yeah,
there's
she'll-
another door in here.
No.
She'll nod and then slink into the library and, start looking around.
Okay, roll me just a d20 for perception check.
Perception? That's a natural 20.
Okay, so right away you notice something interesting. Whoever has lit this fire has been in here recently, and there's a lot of stuff laid out. There's some books that you don't really understand in languages that you don't understand, and not all of those languages are Russian. There's one language that just looks like claw marks and sound waves.
It's just in fucking Daedric.
It's in Snarl. That's the language is Snarl, but you don't, or Growl, but you don't really know that language. None of you do. Yeah.
Is
So,
there
anyways,
any
there's stuff
language that
laying out, but you see that somebody was writing on a piece of paper. One of the books that is the main focus is kind of set in the center, and it is in Russian. Whatever they were doing, somebody was writing this passage down very carefully and meticulously, and they were pressing hard on the paper. You can actually see the same Russian words inscribed on the pages underneath. There is a whole passage that they wrote down.
She is actually going to see if she can take one of the indented sheets underneath without making it look like it was taken.
Okay, roll.
What would that be? Like a presence or dexterity
roll.
or 13?
You get most of it. There's a few jagged bits. You're hoping that whoever sees it, they will just think it was the same page they ripped off.
I mean, so if she couldn't get... Oh wait, hang on, was this like under... I thought you were talking about like there being blank sheets of paper underneath of it.
Yeah, it's like a notepad.
Okay, I mean, she would just literally take out a notebook and like copy it down if she had to disturb anything to take the paper.
So you're gonna copy the Russian, even though you don't write or speak Russian?
She can draw it. I mean, it's still just shapes on a page.
Alright.
I mean, she's dexterous. She can copy down stuff pretty good.
So you're writing stuff down. Pitch, where are you going?
Paige is just searching along the hall, looking into other doors, briefly and quickly.
You start peeking around other doors. You see one is kind of just like a day room. It seems it hasn't been used in a hot minute. You peek into some doors further down and you see what appears to be bedrooms that are not in use.
Any fancy door in the bedroom area?
Nope. Not in these bedrooms.
Okay,
There
thinking
was
that they can
also a door on the opposite end of the hallway from all the bedrooms.
gonna take one last peek, but constantly looking as I'm traveling, just looking over to the library door.
You keep checking back, but you haven't seen or heard anything come from the library.
Heading to that last door.
Okay, you go to peek through the last door, and you find yourself with a set of stairs that kind of arch down, kind of curve down in sets. These lead to another hallway. This hallway is a lot broader, though, and it seems to lead into kind of a main... I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for here. It's almost like the size of a ballroom, kind of.
The foyer?
Yeah, that's the word. That's the word. There is an enormous set of doors further in, and there appear to be several sets of doors that lead out into like a garden area.
With that information, I'm going back up to the library just to have her there.
Okay, you head back up to the library. Minerva is almost done attempting to copy the translation over.
Do you want me to roll to make copies?
Yeah, sure.
And is that going to be a straight roll, or can I use one of my skills?
Straight roll.
Alright. Ooh, 17?
Okay, you have written stuff on the page. It looks pretty close to what you're trying to copy.
Alright.
There's also a
Sorry.
flying snake butt hovering in the doorway now.
Minerva will look over and, gesture to the pile of stuff and say, looks like somebody's been doing some research. I managed to get some pretty good copies down, but I can't translate any of it.
Nod.
And she will, she'll ask, is there somewhere that you think I should check out next?
Point towards the stairwell.
She will slink towards the stairwell.
You slink toward the stairwell. There are no sounds. You find yourself going down the stairs into the foyer. Nothing. It's quiet and empty, and even being as stealthy as you are, your footsteps ring in the dead space.
I mean, Minerva literally does not produce any sound when she walks.
The whirring of Garuda's wings, probably.
Yeah, there's that then. Sounds you wouldn't normally hear, you hear. It's just eerily quiet.
What's in the foyer? Is there, like,
It's
more
a
doors,
big
or...
open space. Like I said, there's two massive doors on one side, and then there appears to be doors that lead out to some sort of garden on the other side.
Yeah, she'll probably check the big door.
You walk to the big doors, and you test the handle, and they're unlocked. Are you opening them?
Yes.
You push one of the enormous doors open. It creaks in the silence. You poke your head in, and you see a throne room. It is vast, several stories tall. Of course, encompassed in this living wood. And as you take a few steps in, you hear a clapping sound.
Oh boy.
Shit.
Your eyes
Frantically
move
looking about.
towards it. It's coming from the throne.
Oh, well, that's even worse.
Squeak.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that whoever this is knows we're here, so,
Oh, they know.
yeah. Minerva's just going to, I knew I should have used fucking Huntress Step. I mean, I guess she's just gonna try and see who it is.
Your eyes move towards the throne, and they settle on a figure who is sitting, kind of reclining, with their legs over one armrest of the throne, their shoulders resting against the other one. Except the figure that you see is not what you expect. You see this figure. Someone you've seen before. Reclining in the
Oh,
Legovo
motherfucker.
throne.
Oh, son of a bitch!
What are you doing here?
My, I could ask you the same thing, couldn't I?
I'm performing an investigation to try and clear the names of all of my friends.
No. You're breaking and entering.
Both can be true at the same time.
What, they send you in here by yourself?
Gruda is emoting angrily.
Why do you want to know?
Just curious. Well, if you're looking for the king, he isn't here, obviously.
Well, where is he?
Somewhere else.
Same place as his partner, or
Mm,
Somehow.
why would I want to tell you that?
Because you are sus, and your sussy is on display for all to see.
Grab.
well,
Oh,
you've
wait.
asked me quite a
Hold on.
few questions. I think that you owe me a couple answers in return.
Oh, bye.
I don't owe you anything, first of all. Though I do have to thank you.
For?
See, your group has made this so terribly easy. You were the perfect scapegoats. Having your own wild party, and then waking up the next morning and getting into all manner of problems. We even predicted you would investigate. And of course, now it's led you here. Color me impressed. I was really sure that you were gonna, I don't know, believe that your buddy actually got away with it.
Believe it or not, we're a lot smarter when we haven't been poisoned.
Well, I suppose that's yet to be seen. What gave it away?
I mean, it wasn't really all that clever of a plan.
Really?
I mean, you were there. There was a paper trail leading all the way here, and I mean, come on. Of course, we were the perfect scapegoats. We don't know anybody, and I mean, some of us aren't exactly the brightest.
That's the truth. Regardless,
Gruda
the
rolls
people
its
of
eye.
Medvedev fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
Not yet, they haven't.
Oh, I think they have. And I don't think anybody's gonna tell them otherwise.
Really, no. So what are you gonna do? Shut us up?
there's an idea.
You think you're gonna be able to survive to pull that off?
What in the Sam hell's going on here?
I don't know.
Sorry to interject. I'm not here yet, but I'm here in spirit. I'm just listening while I unpack the car my wife is eating.
Good.
We broke into a castle.
Oh shit! Would you look at that?
And somebody got there before us.
We found who done it,
Did you
Oh
though?
shit!
and now we just have to beat their ass with a big stick.
Oh damn!
See, this can work out for both of us. You turn
Really?
around, take the rest of your little group, and leave. There's no reason you have to stay here. You're sneaky. All you gotta do is go down a couple levels, get your white-haired freak of a friend out of the cells, and beat feet. That's
Yeah,
it.
you really-
Nothing keeping you here. No obligation whatsoever.
Yeah, problem about that. You definitely aren't as smart as you act.
Really?
You think that we're just a bunch of tourists? That we just wandered in here after all the shit that's going on and then accidentally fell into some plot? We need to be here, you know? And you got in the way, and now you've pissed us off. So, the way I see it, I've got one of the culprits in front of me, and somebody who definitely has more answers than they're willing to give me right now. So, how about we make this. Look, if you really want it to go both our ways, I suggest you come with me quietly and give me the answers I'm looking for. Or
You already
else,
know we're stupid.
I've seen my friends, even the dumb ones, do some pretty scary things to some very powerful people.
Fuck.
So,
Here's,
what's it gonna be?
here's the thing about that. Your friends aren't here. As far as I can tell, it's just you and me.
And you think that you're gonna be able to kill me before they get here?
Yeah,
I mean,
I do.
think about it. You know that I have eyes on me.
Hmm.
Do you really think that I'm stupid enough to not have my friends waiting? I mean, when I was told that there was an empty castle, you really think that no alarm bells went off?
Why do you think the castle's empty? I'm just terribly curious. What exactly do you think is going on here?
Frankly, I don't really care right now. I mean, I've already given you enough answers. I want my answers, and if you're not going to give them to me, then I'm going to beat them out of you.
Ooh. Ooh, kill him. Ooh.
You don't
Sorry,
scare
I'll do
me.
that.
But I may reward you with an answer or two just for getting this far. Pick your question carefully.
Really? No. How generous. Alright.
Roll me a
What did
perception
you-
check.
19?
Ooh. Pridwin's killing him.
That's not Pridwin, that's Minerva.
Oh, Minerva killing him. Oh, ooh. Wait, Minerva?
She's the sneaky one.
I'm gone for 5 seconds. Who killed who? What?
Wait, I'm missing something. Wait, you're Minerva now?
There is somebody in the foyer
behind you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you get with your perception check. Anyway, what were you gonna ask me?
So, she's going to ready an action. Before she asks the question, she kind of just shifts her footing a little bit. And she says, "All right, you said 2 questions, right?"
Quick note here. For all of the rest of you with a PDA, you suddenly got a notification on your PDAs. There's a random link that has been sent to you to a video feed. Anyway, continue.
I guess the first one is, what do you want with the branch?
Me? I don't want anything with the
Your
branch.
your organization, why did you take it? Don't try to play coy with me.
She smirks.
BRB.
I didn't take the branch.
Alright. Then who did?
Really, I thought you had this all figured out.
I mean, if it were my guess, if you really want me to play detective right now, then I'd assume that the king's girlfriend, or whatever they are, decided that she wanted to move up in the world. I mean, she went missing at a pretty inopportune time, so either that or somebody else is looking for power and they needed leverage. And I mean, it's quite a bit of leverage having both of those things in one place.
Well, if that's what you think.
I mean, it's not like I'm going to have to worry. I'll get the answers one way or another.
And your second question?
Oh, so you're not going to try and get technical with me? Alright. Second question. If you're not after any of the shit that's been going missing, if you really just framed us for no reason and that branch just went missing for no reason, what is it you're after?
Reaching into her pocket, she withdraws a coin. She begins to dance it over her fingers, rolling it back and forth between her first finger and her pinky, across all of her knuckles. The only thing I care about is getting paid.
And so you're working for someone. Which means you didn't answer my first question, honestly.
I didn't. Didn't I, though?
I said, what does your organization want with the branch? If you don't want it, somebody did, and they paid you to make sure that it got to them. Or that somebody took the fall when it got to them.
I think we misunderstand each other. See, I'm what you call a consultant. I don't work for an organization. I'm on loan, if you will. I received a
Hired.
letter. I was asked to come here to do a job. I did my job. I am doing my job. And I'm getting paid for it. End of story.
Being hired by them means you're aligned with them at least until the job's done, so
No, I couldn't care less.
it doesn't really matter anyways. Like I said, I'll have my answers eventually.
Keep telling yourself that.
Has the person behind her made a move yet?
Nope. In fact, they haven't moved at all. They're just standing there.
So, what now? Are you going to sick your dog on me, or are you going to take care of business yourself?
Ooh,
You strike me as the running away while there's chaos kind of person.
that's an insult. See, we don't like using the animal derogatory terms around here. You might upset someone.
Cute.
There's a low growl from behind you.
Still, I highly recommend you tell them to kindly fuck off.
You think he's gonna listen to me? He doesn't listen to anybody.
You hear a footstep. And then another one. Just two. The person announcing their presence to you.
Hang on, I'm looking for something. Oh, yeah, okay, that's where it is. She's used Wrath of Thalassa once before. It still doesn't have any stats, but I mean, she used it before?
What are you trying to do exactly?
So do you want me to tell you what the Wrath of Thalassa does?
I know what it does. I'm asking what exactly your plan is.
I mean, she's either gonna have to go for this wolf, which I'm assuming is whatever it is that's behind her, or go for this person, and I feel like this person has more information and is probably gonna bail once things hit the fan, so I think I'm gonna go for her. Especially because it puts her between Minerva and the other thing. So yeah, I think I'm gonna teleport behind her. As as this thing behind her takes its 2 steps forward, Minerva looks this girl in the eyes and says, "You really should have did your homework before fucking with us." And then she just stops completely, like freezes, not even breathing anymore. And then suddenly, where she was, just drops into a pool of water. And then she's behind her.
Cute.
And she's going to go for a stab directly for one of the legs.
So you're attacking her?
That's what Wrath of Thalassa does.
Are you sure you want to do that?
I mean, she's kind of a bitch.
I'll fucking cheers you to that. Good God.
And she has proven herself to be nothing but a threat to us.
She wasn't attacking you.
And yet she tried. I mean, she literally tried to get us thrown in jail. She has caused problems for us this whole time. If she wanted to not be a threat,
Has
then
she?
she could have not been a threat, but she is...
Has she, though? All she's
Yeah?
told you is that she was a consultant.
I mean, I need to
Which would mean
capture
someone's
her if I want
consulting her.
answers because she's not giving me answers.
Which means someone is consulting her if she's the consultant.
I mean, I know she's working for somebody. That's not enough to go off of. If she's not going to give me answers, then I need leverage. I mean, I guess I can attack the dog thing instead if you really want to murder my character.
It's more the fact that you're attacking at all because neither of them was aggressing.
I mean, they were making pretty aggressive move. The dog thing was making pretty aggressive movements.
All he did was take 2 steps toward you and stop.
All right. Well then, alternatively, I'll do this. A whirlpool appears beneath her. That's it. That's all that happens. I'm going to use Artemis Snare, so that if anyone tries to attack her, it's going to set off the snare.
Zenny is just watching you. What'd you do that for? You got the floor all wet.
It's just insurance to make sure that you're a friend back there, since you're really so obsessed about me being polite when you don't feel the need to. Doesn't get, aggressive.
He's not my friend. You're the one breaking and entering. If anything, he has perfectly good reason to be upset with you.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be here either.
Wrong.
They're just shaking its head.
You
Really?
really want to know why I'm here?
I
Wait.
mean,
Is she working with the king?
it's kind of pertinent to know, considering that I'm here to get my friend out of jail and also to get to the bottom of all the shit that's happening right now.
I came here to get my paycheck, sweetheart. I have permission to be here. Why do you think I'm not being attacked by the guard standing behind you right now?
So, are you working for the crown, or are you working for someone else in the castle?
I thought you had the answers. What do you think?
I mean, considering that you framed us for a crime we didn't commit, and you've been an overall bitch right now, I'm not really sure. Nothing's really adding up. I mean, we didn't do anything to anyone here.
No, you were just the perfect scapegoat.
They're just nodding.
To get an artifact out of where it should be.
Correct. Did you ever stop to ask why that specific artifact?
Not like we were ever able to have the chance to figure it out. It's kind of difficult to get information when the one person who speaks the local language is sitting in a jail cell.
She grins.
Where do you think we picked him?
Because you're a bitch.
Look, just wait a couple days, alright? You don't have to trust me, but wait a couple of days. They'll get back, your friend will be out of the cell, everything will be right again.
So what really is this? Is this supposed to be a shake-up, or... I mean... Why would the Crown even need to steal something that already belongs to them?
Did you ever consider the fact that the Crown can't exactly do everything it wants to without alarming the entire populace? That's why the Crown has undercover agents. That's why the right hand and the left hand exist.
So it's corruption. You're doing things under the nose of your people. Well, they are.
For a good reason.
If you say so.
It's not me saying so. He didn't have to sell me on the whole for the greater good speech. As long as I was getting paid, I didn't care.
You've made that abundantly clear. I want my friend out of jail, and I would appreciate an apology from your employers, considering it was rather rude to frame ambassadors for pretty severe criminal acts right after they enter the city. Doesn't really look good.
Well, you're gonna have to take that up with the boss. I don't have a say in any of that. And I'm not apologizing to you because I didn't do anything to you. As I said, I'm a consultant. And really, I had nothing to do with the whole imprisonment thing. That wasn't my purview. That was all his idea. I came here to tell him how to steal something that can't be stolen. And I did. And would you look at that? It's gone.
Well, bravo, Master Thief, but I don't really care about the bragging.
Exactly.
I think I'll...
You don't care. This conversation, it's unnecessary. As I said, just give a few days.
So, are you going to let me see myself out, or are you going to keep stroking your own ego?
I'm not keeping you here.
She's just going to casually walk towards one of the windows and slink out of it.
You turn to look at the foyer where the windows are, and you see the person standing behind you. And it is another person you recognize. It's the head of the guard, Lieutenant Berrigan.
Of course it is. There's a middle finger as she backflips out the window.
He surprisingly doesn't stop you. He just watches you go with a pensive look. And before long, you are back with Pidge.
She has a welt on her forehead.
Pidge has been banging her head into the fucking wall.
You alright?
I'm fine.
I'm not very good at the diplomacy thing. That's more Pridwin's.
Yes, I'm very aware.
I'm very aware. God.
I got the notes though, and she hands you like a school notebook.
Thanks.
It just has questionable Russian scrawled in it.
It's not that questionable. It was almost a 20.
I mean, it's questionable because Pidge can't read Russian either. She doesn't know what it says. It looks sort of okay. So, what are you guys doing?
I think I'm starting to get a clearer picture of what's going on here. Now we just need the motivation.
Well, I'm assuming that that branch probably has something to do with their dead or not dead king. I mean,
The king's only
I guess.
been on that throne for 3 years. There must be something that motivated him to do this. I want to know what that is. The branch is the key here. I need to do more stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if we could probably ask if one of the innkeepers can read the notes for us. My guess is that's probably going to give us at least a piece of the puzzle.
Oh,
Hi.
Pitch nods, yeah. I want to get back into that library. I'm going to start studying Russian.
Oh,
And he's gone again.
Rest in peace.
resting pepperonis.
Can't believe he's fucking dead.
Not again.
It keeps happening.
God damn it.
So, are you guys heading back?
Probably
Yeah.
a good idea.
Okay. So you guys start heading back. By now, it's getting close to the time the blossoms are going to open. Quick pause on you guys. Pridwin, Brian, what have you guys been up to?
I don't even remember. All I know is we were
Did we-
talking this one.
Did
We're
we?
going-
I mean,
You've
we
been
can't
watching the
talk to
video for at least the
stages,
last few
most
minutes.
likely.
Well, I was curious what they were doing before they got the video link.
Okay.
I mean, Pridwin was probably going to try and find a museum since we couldn't, most likely wouldn't be able to talk to the sages. Or keepers, or whatever the fuck they go by.
Asking around, you have not found any hints of a museum anywhere.
Why on earth would people who care about their history not preserve it in a museum?
Because they don't care, or they don't know.
Or they're ashamed of their own history.
That too.
Possible, but you'd think with how important a historical branch was, that they would have more records of their history.
Well, maybe they don't keep the branch around because it's a keepsake. Maybe it does something.
Maybe it
That's-
can bring their dead king back to life somehow.
I mean, my original theory was that it caused the rest of the plants to bloom like this, but considering that they continue to bloom even without it, that doesn't seem to be it.
Unless the branch is still somewhere in the city.
I mean, I assumed it had to be with it. but that's also entirely possible.
I once again ask my favorite question. What are we doing now?
I don't know.
It's about this time you get the link on your PDA.
Oh shit.
You all begin watching as a video feed is being streamed of Minerva having a conversation with somebody who looks vaguely familiar to some of you.
I need to get there before my sister causes an international incident.
You don't even get like 3 tiers up before the conversation is over and they're already talking about going back to the inn.
Well, never mind that. He has no international incident.
Wonderful. I think my sister's already done that a few too many times in her life.
Whoops.
Pridwin will probably start heading back to the inn then.
You guys have to go back down the tiers that you just hauled ass up, and mind you, there's crowds everywhere, so you're now having to navigate completely filled streets and rooftops, and it's just a mess. It takes you hours to get back down. By the time all of you reach the inn once more, the petals have fallen, and it's probably close to 1, 2 in the morning. You all have gathered in the inn. You're back down in the living area, the same area where you counted your coins this morning. What do you want to do?
Well, I don't think the other half of the group knows what went on with Minerva other than the talk, so...
Yeah,
Good
Pridwin
fight
wants to know what actually happened.
Minerva's kind of just standing there and sees all of you staring at her, and she goes, "What?" Because Minerva had no idea she was being streamed. Why are you all looking at me like that?
Minerva, you do remember what happened the last time you talked with an agent of the government, right?
Wait, what happened the last time? Wait.
Well, just be careful, is all I'm asking.
Pridwin.
How did you know about that?
Minerva just slowly turns and looks at Pidge.
It just does that sort of just casual.
Right.
Shrug.
So I guess you all heard that conversation then?
We did.
It's certainly shocking news. I mean, I definitely considered it as a possibility, but it seemed preposterous.
Not very preposterous now, though.
Oh,
I mean, I went on a whole rant
surprise!
this
Liam
morning.
says, kicking his feet up on the coffee table.
I went on a rant this morning about it.
They definitely made a wonderful first impression with us.
Gotta say, Pitch was pretty close.
Pidge, you should really get more sleep so that I can understand your mad ramblings, because they are honestly kind of concerningly spot on most of the time.
Thanks for the reminder. Pidge crumples like a pack of potatoes.
Just straight to the ground.
Yep.
Well, there she goes.
So basically, the king screwed us over.
Screwed us over to steal something to, I don't know, probably... I mean, we know it does something. We don't really have any idea what, but I'm assuming it's important? Somehow? I mean, I guess they'll explain everything in a few days. Hopefully. I mean, they definitely owe us an explanation considering one of our friends has been rotting in a jail cell for almost 3 days now. And they've antagonized us and made it really difficult to investigate pretty much the entire time.
Right. So we're just gonna wait it out then?
I mean, I don't feel good about sitting around and doing nothing for several days, so I think we should. I mean, we do have. We could do more research at the very least to try and figure out more about this branch.
I suppose. But nothing's gonna be open right now. We might as well, I don't know, get some sleep and try it again in the morning.
Probably a good idea.
Right. Well, it's been a long night. Liam stretches and starts walking for the stairs. Minerva goes, "What are you talking about? You didn't even do anything." Just walking up behind him.
It's been a very long night because we found the bear Pidge was talking about. The very old one who he's like, don't talk to because, dear God.
Oh yes, we had the wonderful fortune of running into him, and he
Interesting.
I thought he was nice,
Katya says.
he's a pleasant person, but he has a way of being able to talk for an eternity without saying anything.
Yeah, honestly, that's just impressive.
That's fair.
And I thought I had nothing going on in my brain sometimes.
Well, I guess I'm gonna go upstairs.
Katya says, starting to walk up the stairs.
I'm gonna just
Yeah, it's
sleep.
running up several hundred flights of stairs and across dozens of bridges was exhausting.
Oh,
Katya turns around mid-step.
did you say something about Russian earlier?
Yeah, I believe Minerva got notes from the castle that were all in Russian.
Huh. Okay. Good night.
And she keeps walking up the stairs.
Do you want to elaborate,
Nope.
please?
Fair enough, have a nice night.
She waves as she's walking up the stairs.
Oh dear.
Well, I'm going to sleep. No problem.
Good night.
I start walking off.
What the hell was that?
Me shutting the cupboard?
My dog snorting violently in the background? Jesus Christ. So yeah, you guys go upstairs. Pridwin, are you sleeping in your full armor tonight?
He is honestly probably going to. Unless... Yeah, he's probably going to.
Interesting. Okay. So you lay down and you go to sleep. Brian,
Hello.
you are laying in bed. You have a little trouble drifting off. There's something nagging at the back of your mind. It's a voice, incessant thoughts that just won't quit. You toss, and you turn, and the voice only seems to get louder.
Oh my god, what the fuck is this shit?
You get up and you pace, your bare feet moving across the living wood floor beneath you. And suddenly you wince and you look down and you see that you've gotten a splinter from the floor. It's embedded itself pretty deeply in your heel.
How did I not notice I got a splinter?
You just
What's
did it.
going on?
You kind of sigh in frustration and sit back down on the edge of the bed. Amani grumbles at you to go back to sleep. You're keeping her up.
I would go back to sleep if I had been able to sleep at all, but now I also have a splinter in my foot, so it's gonna be a while.
You sigh and you start trying to work on the splinter, and you're looking at your heel and you're very focused on it, and the incessant voice all of a sudden is very loud. Except it doesn't sound like the voice in your head. It sounds feminine.
Oh god damn it, isn't that fairy lady again? Oh jeez.
You start to focus in on the voice a little bit. It's unintelligible and garbled until all of a sudden it isn't. You get a very strong help.
What?
Help me.
Where are you and who are you?
You don't get a response.
Hello?
Amani sits up, aggravated, pulling the pillow from where she has covered her face with it. Oh my god, would you please lay down?
I look at Amani. No.
Are you kidding me?
Do I look like
She sighs, it gets up and walks to the door, opens it, walks out, and closes it.
fair enough? What in can I see if the voice is still there? Like if I focus?
You try and focus. Roll me a d20.
I got number 12.
Okay. You listen, and it's there again, but faint and garbled.
Can I see if they're saying the same thing, or
You're not
like, can I
sure.
mentally distinguish it?
You're not sure what they're saying. Are you still sitting on the bed?
Yeah. Actually, no. I'm gonna get up and walk back to the middle of the room.
You get up, and the second your feet hit the floor, the voice comes in sharply again.
Oh shit!
Help me. You have to help.
Where are you? Because I can't help unless I know where you are.
There's no response.
What the shit? Okay, I swear if I sit down again and that voice, lose my bananas.
Third one. You hear Brian having an existential crisis in the room next to you.
Fridwin's going to like drag himself out of bed, head across to the other door and knock.
You walk out into the hallway. You see Amani, who is like looking between the doors as if trying to decide something. She stops and makes eye contact with you.
What's going on?
Ask the Wonder Boy in there.
I
I'm
yell
gonna
from inside the
sleep on
room.
the
I
couch."
heard that. That was rude.
She snickers and starts walking towards the stairs.
Brian, what's going on in there? I'm
I
trying to
think
sleep.
I'm going insane, Fred, when there is a voice in my head saying help.
Not you two.
What do you mean, you two? What? Who else is having this happen?
Well, Apollyon before he lost his shit, and you said they were calling for help.
Yeah, they're like, help me. And I'm like, I don't know where you are.
What? What do you mean? Was it coming from your head, or were you hearing it outside, or why?
What's coming from Menorcan?
Is there anything causing it?
Don't think so. I didn't fucking do anything.
You hear a door down the hallway.
Pridwin will look over.
You look up, and it's Axel's door that is closing. Except
What?
it's not Axel coming out of it. It's Katya.
Katya, what were you doing in that
Hey,
map?
yo!
She jumps, turns around. She's holding what looks to be a notepad in her hands.
You didn't see anything.
I believe I did. Why were you sitting in the room of a man who wants to kill us?
Because she secretly wants to kill us.
She glances around and quickly slides one of her hands behind her back.
Nothing.
Katya?
I was doing nothing, and now I am going back to my room like a normal patron of this inn. Good night.
And she tries to walk past you to go to Liam and Minerva's room.
Can Pridwin see what was on the notepad, or is she...
You glance at the notepad as she's walking by, and it appears it looks like Russian, and then something scribbled in the margins on the sides. You also catch a hint of the hand. Well, not so much the hand, but more like what's dripping from it as she walks past you. There's some blood dripping on the floor as she scurries past you to get back to her room.
Katya, did you get him to translate the notes?
She smiles sheepishly over her shoulder at you.
And why are you bleeding?
Oh, it's not mine.
Did you beat him into translating the notes?
I'm sorry. Am I still in the room?
Yeah, you are. You can hear this
I
conversation.
yell, having heard this. I'm sorry. Did I miss an interrogation while I'm having an external crisis of a voice in my head?
No.
And she opens the door to Liam and Minerva's room.
Katya,
Bye.
next
She
time,
shuts the door.
tell me before you go beating someone, even if they deserve it.
Oh my
Yeah, then we can
god,
storm
why are
through
you
Caribbean.
yelling?
Punch
You
the
hear
door.
Liam yell from inside the door.
Brian is hearing voices.
Great! Welcome to the fucking club, Liam says.
No, I'm talking like voices inside my head, like coming from my brain, and that's not usual.
Why did we have to get the schizophrenic? You hear Liam say under his breath, and then he's like, ow! As Minerva elbows him.
until 30 minutes ago.
This house is a fucking nightmare. Brian.
Maybe if I just put my head in the wall, I can't hear you.
Tearing this fucking family apart.
Brian, do you recognize the voice that is speaking to you?
No, but it sounds like a woman's voice.
There is a woman's voice saying, "Help me."
Inside my head, saying help, and I'm concerned.
Is it getting louder or quieter?
It got loud when I sat on the bed, then got quiet, so I stood up and it got loud again, so I'm confuzzled.
What do you mean? It's getting louder when you stand up?
No, like, it'll get loud for a second and then go quiet again, and then I'll do something else, like sit down, and it'll get loud again.
That doesn't sound normal, even for people who regularly hear voices in their heads.
Your door
That's what I'm
opens.
thinking!
Door opens behind you, and Lunala pokes her head out. What is going on out here?
Brian is hearing voices in his head, but they're only getting loud whenever he does things.
She blinks and looks at you.
He says he hears a woman crying for help.
Lunala, you want magic? Fix this shit!
I'm not that kind of magic. Did it start after a specific moment?
It quite literally happened, like, not even 30 minutes ago. I don't know what's happened.
So nothing out of the ordinary happened.
I just laid down to go to sleep, couldn't sleep, tossed and turned for what felt like forever. And then next thing I know, I stand up, start pacing, and then there's a voice in my head saying, help. And I'm like, what? And so I sit down, and then it goes quiet. And I stand back up, and shit gets loud again. And now it's quiet, and now I'm concerned.
I think he's just crazy, she says to you.
I sincerely doubt that your feet are psychic, so...
I mean, I have a splinter in my foot. Something to do with it?
Lunala looks up at you.
Splinter.
I don't know. I don't even know what was there.
Hang on. Lift the foot with the splinter on it.
Okay. I lift my foot with the splinter on it, and I look at it.
The voice stops.
Now place it back on the floor.
I swear to God, if the splinter is sentient, I'm going to chop my foot off. I place my foot on the floor.
The voice comes back.
What the fuck?
I don't think it's sentient. I think that it's channeling something.
I don't know, but I'm probably gonna chop my foot off.
That would not be necessary. You just
I'm
need
going
to remove the splinter. But for now, the problem is we need to know why the tree is crying for help.
The tree.
Uh.
Lunala turns away from you. Sorry about this. And she moves her hand up the wall. Immediately, the trail beneath her hand is just red.
Lunala?
It happens out of nowhere. As she's moving her hand up this living wood wall, something has torn her palm open.
What
no.
happened out there?
She winces and grabs at her wrist. You see that there are shards of wood splinters and debris that have embedded themselves in her palm, which is odd to you because as you look at the living wood walls, they look smooth.
What?
She grips her wrist and then moves her hand to her head, closing her eyes and wrinkling her nose.
Are you alright?
He's right. She's really annoying.
Thank God I'm not the only one who thinks that.
What's happening?
The tree.
The tree.
The tree.
Pridwin's going to pull off his gauntlet and run a single finger along the wood.
Immediately, you pull back as a sharp pain emits from your finger.
Ow! Oh, that's worse than a regular splinter.
And with it, you hear the invasive voice, drowning out the usual hum of your ancestors. Help me. You have to
Fredwin,
help me.
what's happening out there?
The tree is talking to us, and
Oh, did
it's
you guys get splinters too?
way easier than we should have. I think it's trying to communicate with us.
Please help me. It's gonna kill
Well,
him.
it couldn't have done that any other way than stabbing us with tiny little things of wood.
I can't imagine that this was intentional. I think we need to get everyone together and find wherever this problem is.
Well, I mean, it's not. Is it down in the jail?
I don't know. It's not like it's pulling us anywhere. It's just screaming.
It's very annoying, isn't it?
I'm gonna go wake the others.
The sages might know.
If they're even where they're supposed to be, but that would be good. It would be a good idea to try and find them.
It's worth a shot. Lunal is still gripping her wrist, trying to pick pieces of wood out of her palm.
Can I chop my foot off yet?
I don't know, Pridwin, should
Yeah.
he chop his foot off?
I'm gonna take your silence as a no.
No, you shouldn't chop your foot off. Perdwin opens his door and throws a pair of tweezers at him. Just pull the splinter out if it's
You do not see how deep these tweezers. Yeah, the tweezers are in my foot. You do not see how far the splinter is in my foot. Look at this.
You say this like
with my leg
gesturing with your foot, and you look out and you see Lunala's palm is shredded, blood dripping, almost pouring down onto her wrist and dripping onto the ground. She just looks at you.
You're not the one with the worst of it. Now quit belly aching or pull it out.
Okay.
Pridwin is going to go and try and wake everyone up.
So you start banging on doors. Rapidly. With concern. And that's where I'm gonna call it.
Oh, you
Wonderful.
evil. That's diabolical.
It be like that sometimes.
I'm actually really enjoying that. So, we have a tree that's speaking into our minds. And it didn't do this sooner?
Because something, I presume, changed within the past set amount of time.
I'm imagining it's because we broke into the castle and it's like, oh my god, strangers, they might be able to help.